2 seconds difference between these two. Whoever gets to the top end first without going under their dial-in will take the win. That is assuming there are no red lights at the start. Very simple explanation of bracket racing. We'll try and pick the bones out of that one. But a very good morning to everybody on the Spectator grandstands. Give us a wave so we know you can hear us. Thank you very much indeed. And a few on the banking as well. A very, very good morning to you as well. Just sorted the timing system out. A little bit of a hiccup, I think. Unusual, actually. So, yeah, they're just on pause at the moment. So the way this is going to work today, you've got eliminations. You've got Pro ET followed by Junior Dragster. Then it will be Super Pro ET, ET Bike, Junior Drag Bike, VW Pro, VW Sports and Sportsman ET. Basically, those are our biggest classes of the weekend. These are basically 32 car ladders that we need to get down to 16. And then it's pretty much 16 all the way, and then 8 car. Yeah, so we're just doing a little update on the timing system. That's the only reason for delay at the moment. But to say they are on it and they will have that cracked very, very quickly indeed. I think they're almost there. But yeah, so basically we got 32 cars that qualified in Pro ET. You've got 33 that actually put numbers on the board. So there is one reserve, which is unbelievably Lee Morris. Basically, I think he has 2 runs which were both breakouts, so hence he's not actually on the eliminations ladder. But he will slot in if any of the 32 that qualified don't make it round. So I guarantee you that Lee will be somewhere in the lanes, I think, ready to fill in the gap if any of the 32 didn't make it down. I've got to say, a huge commiserations obviously to Frankie Taylor and the Banshee team. I took a little excursion yesterday. I wanted to catch up with Mick and Frankie, but obviously I was late finishing yesterday and I was very early doors here this morning, so I haven't had a chance to catch up with them. But Mick, if you're listening, I'll give you a shout during the week, just to wish you all the very best. And I know Frankie is probably upset more than anything else that the car just sort of luckily didn't barrel roll or anything, just landed upside down. And fingers crossed, we will see you back out a little bit later this season, and the damage isn't too bad. But you know, I feel for you. I really, really do. I hate seeing racers having incidents like that, and I can't really say any more than that. Just really do wish you all the best, and Mick, and I know you and I can talk forever on the phone. We've done it many a time in the past. But yeah, I'll give you a shout during the week, mate, and just really do wish you all the best. At the moment, can I please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Can I have Super Pro ET into the lanes? Obviously, I've got Pro ET down there at the moment. I've also got Junior Dragster in the lanes. They're all pretty much ready to go. So can I please have Super Pro ET into the lanes, please, for your round 1 eliminations? So that will be the next class that I need down. If you can start making your way down into the lanes, it would be greatly appreciated. What this pause has actually done, the sun's come out. Thank you very much indeed. So it's going to maybe warm up just a little bit, just help things along. It looks like the wind has actually died down a bit. Not much, but it has died down just a little bit. Unfortunately, we haven't got the flags on the post yet. They'll be up for Festival of Power. as the site gets ready for a full season of racing. So I haven't got my wind speed indicators as such. Obviously the wind turbines, they can be switched on and off. They rotate the blades depending on the requirement of the national grid. So it doesn't always tell us how strong the wind is. All it does is tells us wind direction. Yesterday it was a full-on headwind. Today, a bit of a crosswind as you go past the banking actually. So I'm sure the bike riders will be looking at those and thinking, yeah, make sure that we keep sort of slightly right to the lane so that you don't get too hit by the breeze as you go past the finish line. But that is always a good wind direction indicator, is which way the wind turbines are facing. That's why we installed them. Simple as that, so people can understand it. No, actually, just to let everybody know, they do not belong to Santapod. We do not get any thing from them. They do not give us any power whatsoever. They're nothing to do with us. They just happen to be plonked here. But it's actually quite good news that they're here, actually, because you can't build houses right next to them. And we're very thankful for that. Obvious reasons. So that is very, very good news indeed. Also, whilst I'm got the airwaves, don't forget to pay a visit to all of our traders are here this weekend. We haven't got a huge amount of them, but the ones that are here, please support them. Everything from T-shirts and hoodies. We got they're right behind the main grandstand. Bev and the gang are down there. Very good morning to you. Obviously, the Pod Shop have got the Santapod merchandise and a lot of the Santapod goodies up there. Your chance to get some early season offers that they've got up there as well. So please pop in and see them there. The few spectators that we have got here are very. Well, welcome back, I think, is the phrase I'm going to use this weekend. I'm not going to say a warm welcome because it's not particularly warm out there. But thank you once again for your continued support of Santapod Raceway and everything that goes on here. So thank you very much indeed for coming. You all know that you can go around the pits and have a good old wander around and see what's going on. Pop round and see the teams as they get ready to race. And we can go from there. Right, we have a thumbs up from race control, so we can now go racing as we get ready for round one eliminations of Pro AT Good and Proper. And we just look behind us and it is still the same pairing that are going to come forward, which is Vic Parsons with that beautiful Belvedere. He was your number one qualifier. He was the very first car on track this year in competition. He took that number one qualifying spot, 978 with a 4 and a 978 dial, and he held on to that number one all the way through qualifying. So he is the number one qualifier coming into this pairing. Going alongside, of course, Goldilocks, the Ford 100E of Jack McClure. He dials 11.75. That's 1.97 seconds difference on the tree, with the 100E going first. So the best of luck to all of our riders and drivers here at Springspeed Nationals. Okay, a race on then. Green light, close side of the track. A 979 on a 78. Very well judged indeed there from Vic Parsons. A bit too well judged. But he's through. He takes the win. And he actually clicked it early at the stripe. Went 119. So Vic Parsons through to round number 2. Your next pair is the number 2 qualifier. That's Warren Watts with the Camaro, dialing in 8.90. He'll be leaving second. Sorry, he'll be leaving first, as Mason Griffiths, 9.06 on his dial-in. Mason will be leaving first, and Warren will be doing the chasing. So Mason heads up to the stripe, takes the win. 9.07 on a 9.06. Again, very well judged for Mason. 8.93 on an 8.90 dial there for Warren Watts, but he's not going to be framing the reaction time, unfortunately. I don't know what happened. That wasn't dry area. There was something going on there that the car didn't react, but we'll find out a little bit more from Warren later on. Don Scott with the Superbird, dialing in 977. He's going to be doing the chasing here, as leaving first will be Gabriel Wildman. The Camaro, he does 10-10. Sort this one out at the stripe. And, well, the Camaro got there first, but it broke out big style. Don Scott takes the win, 78 on a 77. 982 on a 10-10 dial, but hey, that's racing. So Don Scott through to round number 2. Brett Featherstone with the Mustang taking on the Morris boys. It's Colin Morris behind the wheel. Stuart bringing his brother into the beams. 10.70 the dial in for Brett. He'll be going first. 8.56 for Colin. It's going to be seeming like an eternity for him to wait there whilst Brett disappears into the distance. I think basically Brett ran out of gears there as Colin Morris disappears into the distance, goes 8.97. So unfortunately for Brett, 22-second pass there with the borrowed car. But thanks ever so much indeed, John Bean, as Brett's normal race car was out of action this weekend, awaiting new pistons to arrive. So John very kindly lent Brett the Mustang so that he could take part this weekend. Right, the purple car or the purple van. This is Simon Innes with the Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda, 1072 on the dial-in. And it's Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, the Ford Model A van, 10 flat on the top-end scoreboards is his dial-in. One of the easy ones to work out, 0.72 second difference on the tree. Simon will be going first, Dave doing the chasing. Very close at the stripe. It's a breakout for Dave Cherritt. He got there first but went 400ths under. 10.79 for the win there for Simon Innes. All right, Bob Molden and Doug McCloy, your next pair. 11.55 the dial-in for the Slugsess. Beautiful little forward pop. And Bob Molden, 9.19. with the White Noise Peugeot 205. I think Bob set his quickest ever run yesterday, actually, from what I can gather from social media. So well under Bob. So in there for Bob, 9.39, 11.78 lose out there for Doug. So Bob Molden, we will see you again in round number 2. Darren Huxley with the Earthmet Nissan, 11.46 on the dial. He'll be leaving first, and it's Matthew Dowdy with the little Red Ned Nova. 11.10 on the dial. He's only 0.36 of a second difference on the tree for these two. So they'll be looking at each other probably from 1,000 foot upwards. See who's the brave one to take the stripe. And that's a win for Darren Huxley, 12.24 against a lose-out 12.30. They were both trying to outdo each other there, both of them way off pace. But yeah, Darren Huxley takes the win. Been looking forward to this pairing, actually. Two of the quicker cars in the class. In actual fact, both dialing in the 8s. Charlie Seward, 8.93, and he'll be leaving first. John Bean going to be doing the chasing, 8.76 with a shotgun Mustang. Actually, I think this is probably the quickest pairing ever in Pro ET. I can't remember two cars dialing in 8s, especially as quick as 8.76. So, yeah, this is one for the books, I think. And the win light goes to John Bean, 8.77 on a 76. Charlie Seward went 8.86 on the 93. Little bit too quick, but I tell you what, nicely run, Charlie. Great wheelie off the line, but it is John Bean into round number 2. Great race, that one. Thoroughly enjoyed that. In actual fact, Charlie couldn't win that because John had the better light and ran pretty close to his number, even though Charlie broke out and got there second. Okay, next up, Neil Watkins and Tom Kay. 11.40 plays 10.07. So it's Neil Watkins that's going to be leaving first. And that little pesky dragster is going to be like hiding, and all of a sudden it's going to appear on the left side of the Purple Express pickup and maybe nip in for the win. Let's just see what happens between these two then. The Purple Express pickup going first, and then that little dragster going to go second. There goes Neil. There goes Tom. And, oh, Tom Kay got there first, but he broke out by 2/10,000ths of a second. But Neil Watkins, fair dues, he dialed in 11.40, he ran 11.40. That was a brilliant race. But it is Neil Watkins that takes the win. Excellent race, that one. I think you fancy dialing 10.07 and going 10.0698. 2/10,000ths of a second. That's the proverbial fag paper. It really is. Next up, Nick Mugridge, another one of those little juniors. It's actually not. It's a junior comp, but you know what I mean. Going alongside Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing Ford F100. So it's another pickup versus junior comp dragster. Bill Wilson will be leaving first, and it's going to be Nick who's going to chase. I thought Bill was a long way ahead. What a breakout that one was. He 10.71 on a 10.90, 120 miles an hour. Bill, that was impressive, mate, but a little bit too quick. So it is Nick Mugridge that takes the win there. But full of respect for Bill with that run. Just got carried away and thought, I'm on one here, I'm sticking with it. Okay, another Camaro from the Wildman family. This is Armin going alongside Amy Watkins with the Firebird. And, well, it's $9.50 a pair. So, whoever gets to the top end first without breaking out, they'll both be leaving hopefully at the same time, so you can cut a better light. Oh, Armin taking a little bit of a weave there, but it's a 9.53. Amy Watkins takes the win. 9.64 for Armin. So unfortunately his day is done. Amy Watkins into round number 2. Can I have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, let's have you into pairing lanes for round 1 eliminations. As we look down on our next pair, it's Billy Everett with the few and far between Plymouth Duster. 9.76 on the dial, and he'll be leaving first. And it's Jess Bishop with Nightmare 2, the dragster. So good to see the team back with us this season, and hopefully for a full season as well. The Dragster with Jess dialing in 9.15. So Jess is in pre-stage. Now both of these drivers from the world of junior dragster, that's where they learnt their trade. Makes them so good when they come to the senior classes. Oh, 006 red for Jess. That's our first red light, unfortunately. She tried so hard on the tree. So it's a win for Bill. 985. Oh, no. Jess goes 915. She hits her dial-in as well. Oh. But it's racing. That's the only way I can put it. Jess did everything that she could there. 915, she hit a dial, 00 off the line, but it was the cherry on the tree that told the story. Next pair, Tom Watkins taking on Ronnie Mercer. 1044 dial in for Annie, that beautiful blue four pop. And then it's that awesome charger, 904 dial in for Tom. Well, a bit of an up and down run there for Tom, but I think he's got that shadowed at the top end indeed. 916, he got there first. Ronnie got there second and broke out. Goes to tell you that Tom Watkins had a cracking light there. 01 off the line there for Tom. Very well done indeed. All right, next up, Jeff Cowley taking on Reuben Dawson. I didn't have a chance to read this out yesterday, but Jeff really wanted me to pass on thanks to Mark Huxley of Huxley Motorsport and to Martin Kerr of TubeWorks. And there's so many people that have helped along the way there with getting this car to the track. So big thanks from Jeff to those there. There was another one I was supposed to mention, but I can't remember it. Apologies. Dial-ins then, 930 for Jeff, 875 for Reuben. Reuben's having a fantastic weekend. He's in 2 cars this weekend, 2 classes. But this is Pro ET. Reuben was championship runner-up last year, and he hasn't left the line. Don't quite know what's happened there. So Jeff Cowley breaks out. Okay. That makes Reuben Dawson unbelievably the winner. Well, congratulations, Reuben. You're into round number 2. Oh, dear. I'll tell you what, that's a repeat of the European finals last year. Reuben's car stalled on the line, but he ended up taking the win because the guy in the other lane rolled the beams. But yeah, Reuben Dawson into round number 2 because Jeff Cowley broke out. It's a funny old world drag racing, isn't it? Sometimes you can't script this, can you? Right, Dave Rudd, Mark Huxley. Our penultimate pair. So the Banshee Cobra dialing in 972, Mark Huxley dialing in 974, just 0.02 of a second between these two. And the win light goes to Dave Rudd, 972 with a 9. Hits his dial in. 978 for Mark. They were looking at each other all the way. But it is Dave Rudd that takes the win. Had a better light as well, actually, did Dave, so he did everything right. Right, your last pair. It's Stevie Gates with the Hailing Island Garage Ziva Camaro, dialing in 974. Oh, sorry, no, that was the previous pair. I'll wait for the dialings to come up. It'll be an 8 something, actually. Here we go, 858 for Stevie Gates. Going alongside Susie McClure, the Eye Candy Dragster, dialing in 970. So this will be your last pair in Pro ET. Junior Dragster up next. $868 for the win for Stevie Gates. 976. Nice tidy run there from Susie McClure. But it is Stevie that goes through. All right, Lee Morris, the green with Envy Jaguar type, he was sat round there just in case any of the 32 qualified cars couldn't make it round, but they all did, so the alternates, Lee Morris, is just going to take it on through. He dials 990. Typically, this is where he will run 990 and go, why didn't it do that yesterday? Your pairings for round 2 is going to be Vic Parsons taking on Nick Mugridge. Neil Watkins has got Don Scott. Tom Watkins has got Simon Innes. Darren Huxley will face Bob Molden. Mason Griffiths against Billy Everett. John Bean and Reuven Dawson, that'll be good. Dave Rudd against Stevie Gates. And Colin Morris taking on Amy Watkins. And just to get a perfect trio, Lee Morris breaks out on that one as well. 984 on a 990. But good information for him nevertheless. So that's a wrap for Pro ET, round number 1. As we get ready for Junior Dragster. Let's have a look at the pairings there. Number 1 qualifier, Molly Openshaw will get a solo. Chloe Crunwell. Let's have a quick look, see who there's any. There's no families racing each other. That's the one that we always sort of try and avoid if possible. But no, there's no family matchups. Because sometimes you get Kai and Jake race each other, or the two Crumwells will race each other. But no, it's all pretty straightforward in Junior Dragster. So that is our next class to come around the corner. There they are, all in the lanes. Those of you looking at the live stream, Junior Dragster are in the sort of lanes 4 and 5, if you like. And then Super Pro are lined up in lanes lanes 3 and 4. It's got the lanes the wrong way around there. But yeah, those of you looking at the live feed, got to say, actually, to Box Lane, to Barney and the gang, phenomenal coverage that they give us from Santa Pod Raceway. Broadcast around the world, and of course, it's totally free as well. And the camera work is just absolutely fantastic. They're all fixed cameras, actually, this weekend. We haven't got walkabout cameras, but nevertheless, I think there's a new camera that they've got on the pairing lanes because I've seen it zoom in and out and move around. So yeah, they've got a new camera to play with up there, and it really does help as well. Also, we have one on the back of very near the grandstand actually, and that looks down onto the side of the pairing lanes as well, so we can see a view from there. And obviously, there's cameras up and down the track as well, which gives us this phenomenal coverage that is being broadcast around the world. So as I say, huge credit to Barney and everybody at Box Lane for the tremendous coverage and the quality of the coverage as well from Santa Pod. That's why we get so many likes, so many views, and it really, really appreciated. Not only that, there we go, there's another camera view. They're obviously listening into us as well. There's a side-on shot of the pairing lanes. You can see people milling around. You can see all the Junior Dragsters in front, and then you can see Super Pro ET lined up behind. Also, you can see that big trader area as well, which is empty today, but when it comes to Festival of Power in 3 weeks' time, that will be chock-a-block. So, yeah, good views. Anyway, it's time to come round to the track as we have our first pair of Junior Dragsters coming underneath the tower for round 1 eliminations. The class supported by VP. So big thanks to VP Fuels for their sponsorship of Junior Dragster. And your first pair, it's the Plum Crazy Racing Junior Dragster from Amelia Innes, taking on Chevy Check-It with the Flame Game Junior Dragster. Here we go. This is a dialing class now. They qualified on reaction times yesterday, but now it's all about dialing in and racing to the 8th mile. Amelia dialing in 9.10 and Chevy dialing in 8 flat. It's a 1.1 second difference on the tree. Quite an easy one to work out. So Chev and that's fact, they're both into pre-stage. Chevy goes into stage. Amelia goes into stage. The tree will drop. Green one side, green the other. It's a race to the 8th then. Who's going to get there first? 9.10 Amelia, 8 flat Chev. And it is... Oh, it's a breakout for Chev. She got there first, but went 7.97 too quick. 9.13 Amelia Innes takes her first round win in a Junior Dragster. Well done, Amelia. Next pair, Eva Davis, 8.05 on the dial-in. She'll be leaving first. Kendra Redshaw, 8.75. She's going to try and run and hide whilst Eva tries to close her down. I think I just said Eva going first. That's incorrect. Sorry, she's doing the chasing. She's leaving second. So 0.7 of a second difference on the tree. And it's the red Odyssey battery car in the Slick Tricks lane that will be leaving first. So Dad Chris just bringing Kendra up to the line. And the win light goes to Eva Davis, 8.08 on 8.05 dial. A breakout. Kendra got there first, but went a little bit too quick. She went 8.69 on the 75. So Eva Davis goes in to round number 2. Ted Sullivan and Jake Cooper, your next pair. Jake qualified in the number 2 spot on reaction times, don't forget. Ted qualified number 12, but Ted was your championship runner-up this year. Has aspirations of going one step further in the championship, but let's see, this is the first round of eliminations. This all counts towards your championship as well, don't forget. 8.12 for Ted, he's going second. Jake Cooper is the one leaving first. He's going to try and run away. Oh, Ted got there first, but he broke out, went 7.98. That's a big old breakout, actually. 8.86 on the 82. Jake Cooper goes into round number 2. Right, can Kai join his brother Jake in round number 2? Got to get past Daniel Todd to do that. 8.15 for Kai, 8.22 for Daniel. Oh, Daniel, you can see that car was moving, and unfortunately did trip the red. So it is Kai Cooper that does go through. Even though he broke out, the red light was the worst offence. So unfortunately, game over for Daniel Todd. So it is Kai that goes through. Good to see you though, Mark, and we'll see you in a few weeks' time. Right, Letty Check-It and Ada Cassisi. Letty's first ever round of eliminations in Junior Dragster. She's been waiting all her life for this moment. Very, very excited to be taking part now, racing with her big sister. Knowing what a bubbly character Letty is, she's not nervous at all. She's just so excited. I remember when Ada Cassisi started racing, and of course she's now moved up into Bandit 1, if you like, now named Bandit Bomb. So 13 flat plays 8 flat, 5-second difference on the tree. Oh, unfortunately Letty has rolled forwards. Can't pull back from there, unfortunately. Yeah, the Dragster just carried on rolling. Ada Cassisi takes the win with an 8.13. I know Ada would have loved to have said, no, it's okay, Letty, pull it back, but when you're into actual championship eliminations, can't do that. I know Ada would love to have had a little race there with Letty, but Letty will learn from this, and she'll be back at Festival of Power, ready to do it all again, and just be just as excited as she was today. Chloe Crundwell and Ethan Cannon, your next pair. Big difference on the tree here, 13.50 for the junior stock car of Ethan Cannon. And it's 8.35 for Chloe Crundwell. Right, so there goes young Ethan. And there goes Chloe in pursuit. Well, Chloe goes past, but has she done too much? No, she judged it very well indeed. 8.39 on the 35 dial-in. So Chloe Crundwell in to round number 2. But well done, Ethan. Nice debut this weekend. Right, Luke Mugridge, his title defence begins right here. And he's got young Teddy Howe to contend with. Teddy Howe in a new car for him this season. A dial-in of 9.20 for Teddy. Luke dialing in 8.1. So it's a 1.1 second difference on the tree. Matt, that's Teddy's dad, just bringing Teddy up to the line. Well, sort this one out at the 8th mile blocks, and it is, oh, it's a double breakout. Wow, 8.89 for Teddy Howe. What a run that was. Only a 400th breakout for Luke Mugridge. So it is Luke that takes the win, but Teddy Howe, he's going to like the timing slip, even though it's too quick. So well on to Luke. Anyway, he's through to round number 2. Oh, match up with Eva Davis in round 2. That's a good one. Emmy Crundwell, Frankie Kent, your next pair. $9.25 dial-in for Emmy, $12.45 for Frankie, so it will be Frankie going first in the Slick Tricks lane. There he goes. And there goes Emmy in pursuit. Now then, can Emmy catch? That's the question. No, 12.48 and an 0.1 light as well. Did everything right that time round. Emmy could not catch that one, so Frankie Kent is through. Right, Molly Openshaw, your number 1 qualifier. Gets the bye run here. Just 2 pairs to go after this one. So Molly safely through into the next round. Dials in 910, goes 914. Right, Gray Smith and Sam Hiscock, your next pair. Sam in the Slick Tricks lane, Grace in the Kestrel lane. And the Darling's just going on the board there. Sam looking for 863 and Grace 820. Well, that's Sam Hiscock taking the win there. Grace, unfortunately, an 0.5 red, just a little bit too soon. So it is Sam Hiscock that is through to round number 2. I do love it when the teams get together afterwards and congratulate, commiserate with each other at the same time. Love it. Right, no Richard Wilcox, unfortunately, so it is going to be a solo run for Neve Deavy. We'll be seeing Richard in junior drag bike, though, hopefully. But this is the last car to go through. $8.27, that'll do. Well done, Neve. Into round number 2. So that is a wrap for Junior Dragster as we get ready for Super Pro ET. Lee Huxley, your number 1 qualifier, was literally just raking it all in last night at the Super Pro presentations last night. He got number 1 qualifier off the trailer, got some money for that. He got 50 quid. He also got number 1 qualifier overall. That was 100 quid. He got the perfect ET money from Eurodragster.com and Twister Racing with Hayley Hadfield. That was another 50 quid. He's used Satapod as a cash point this weekend as our Lee Huxley. And he gets a bye in round number 1. So let's see how Lee gets on, looking for 8.60. That'll do. 8.61 at 154. A right nod of approval from the team there. Yeah, very well done indeed. Right, next up, the very distinctive sound of the van with no name, Dave Russell. And that's the burnout from Alan Didwell with the Dragster. So 8.73 then the dial-in for Dave Russell, 7.68 for Alan Didwell. Dave qualified in number 4 spot, Alan qualified number 13. Doesn't mean anything anymore, it's all about the racing. Good looking race as Alan got enough to get round Dave at the stripe. He has indeed. Win margin 0-3, 776 on a 68. Dave Russell closer to Darling, but a better reaction time for Alan that got the job done there. Dave Russell went 8.75 on that 73, but Alan got there first and takes the win. Next pair, Tom Atkinson, Jack Brewster. So Just Mustard taking on Time is Money. Oh, lovely strong burn out there for Jack. 7.70, the dial-in on the back window of the Just Mustard Firebird. Tom Atkinson dials 8.48 with the Cortina Estate. Two very, very good races indeed. Both been around this sport a long time. Okay, so pre-run checks all completed, parachutes armed, wheelie bars set, and Jack Brewster brings the car forward in the Slick Tricks lane. Tom Atkinson pretty much ready to go into pre-stage, and it'll be Tom that will be leaving first with the Cortina Estate in the Kestrel lane. Both into pre-stage. Here we go. Well, that's Tom all the way to an 8.53 at 141. Jack actually crossed the centre line, but managed to avoid all the blocks. Just coasting at the end there, 10.24, 84 miles an hour. So well on to Tom, through to round number 2. All right, your next pair then, Ian Brown with Xanadu Racing Camaro, 762 on the dial-in going alongside Ashley Bell with Olympi Slug, 8.80 on the dial-in. So it will be Ashley Bell, 8.80. His side of the tree will run first, and then it'll be down to Ian Brown with that 762 to try and chase and get past. That's right. Brilliant job there from Ian Brown, 006 on the tree. 767 on a 62. That was going to be tough to get past. Ashley Bell went 914. Out of 07 light as well, but yeah, that was Ian Brown all the way. Your next pair will feature Josh Duncan with the financial mistake number 2, the Rover, but with the 540 cubic inch V8 in front of him there. Going alongside Phil Toppin. He's also got 540 cubes to play with. And he dials 8 flat with the Model T. That's Grandad's toy number 2. Well, two different ways of going Super Pro racing here in front of you. You've got the altered of Phil Toppin. And of course you've got the little rover down there of Josh Duncan. Josh will be going first by 0.41 of a second, but then Phil's dialing is 0.41 of a second quicker. The idea being it'll even out at the stripe, and whoever gets the best light and does the best job of running a number will take the win. And it's Josh Duncan that takes the win, 8.53 on a 41. Well done indeed to the team. Phil Toppin coasting at the end there for 9.52. Next up then, Mark Bailey with the Barracuda, the Formula S racing machine, 8.78 on the dial. Going alongside AC Bell with the Pork and Beans Dragster, 8.99 new ride for AC this year. As he gets used to this new Dragster. We're so used to seeing AC door cars, but fancy the wind in his face now, so hence the Dragster. AC get the slight head start here, 0.21 of a second. There you can hear Mark Bailey pedal the car then. 8.88 on a 78 dial takes the win. And 0.5 light as well. Nice run there from AC as he gets used to the car. 9.17. Here's Mark Bailey. That is through. Okay, we're looking forward to this one purely because both cars came out of the same workshop. These were both built by Hauser Race Cars. So they're very, very similar. They are not quite identical, but not far off it. Got Scott Hauser himself, your current champion and 4 times champion actually in Super Pro, going alongside Leah Kellett, who has had 4 in a row actually in Super Comp, as in championships, but having a go in Super Pro as well as Super Comp. Now, the other interesting thing about this particular pairing is there is a bounty on Scott Hauser. The bounty is £100, which is £50 carried over from last year, plus £50 today. So whoever knocks Scott Hauser out of eliminations will get £100. Can Leah Kellett take that money? She's going to have to beat Scott to the stripe. They both dial 7.38. Just to make it even more interesting. Let's see. Here we go. They're both away. Oh, goodness me. Weaving around. But it's job done for Leah Kellett. 7.44 takes the win and £100 as well. Scott got their second. 7.43, so it was a whole shot win for Leah Kellett, an 0.6 light compared to a 0.13. What a race that one was. Leah was weaving all over the place there. The car was getting a little bit loose at the stripe, but it's a win for Leah Kellett. What a race there. The debrief between Scott and Pete taking place down there, but that was a good one. We enjoyed that. Next up, Callum Swinchat, Bailey Ashdown. 8.05 plays 8.99. So it'll be Callum that will be leaving first here with the King's Topolino, a little short wheelbase car. And it's Bailey Ashdown with Danny's Money Motorsport Dragster doing the chasing here. 8.05 for Bailey. As I said, 8.99 for Callum. Oh, game over for Bailey, unfortunately. So it's a win for Callum. A red light. Shining bright, unfortunately, for Bailey on the tree. 8.92 breakout for Callum. Went a bit too quick. Oh, Bailey Ashdown goes 8.05. Oh, look at the numbers. Oh, Steve, he's smiling. It's a wry smile because Bailey went red, but she hit a number pretty much bang on. 8.05 with a 1 on an 8.05 dial. The car did everything right. Bailey just went too quick off the line. Oh, it's racing. It's brutal. All right, next up, just 2 pairs to go. Mark Courcelle taking on Andy Thetford. But before that, it's going to be this pairing. Barry Giles taking on Alan Schofield. Okay, so let's have a look at the dial-ins then. 7.43 for Barry Giles with the Giles and Hartley Dragster. And it's a 7.64 for Alan Schofield with the Scud Dragster. Both of these cars have got so much history over the years. Giles and Hartley car has been around for 30 plus years and it still looks absolutely pristine. They look after that car so well and it serves them really well at the same time. Daniel and Barry share the driving duties of the car. It's Barry in the car this weekend. Alan Schofield, the Scud Dragster, has been through different incarnations over the years and the history can be traced right back. But history means nothing. It's all about this pairing right in front of us now as to which car will go through. Here we go then. They both get a green light. It's Barry Giles out in front and Barry Giles stays out there. 7.67 for the win, 7.95 for Alan Schofield. Both of them with 0 lights as well. They both did their job off the tree. Very good indeed. Just quick shout out this one then to Sharon Walters, and it's a happy Mother's Day from her daughters Alex and Flo, also to her nanny from Phoebe, and good luck Grumpy, I love you. There we go, that's what that whole message was. To Sharon Walters, happy Mother's Day from her daughters Alex and Flo, and happy Mother's Day obviously to all the mums out there. Can I have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro, let's have you into the pairing lanes as we look. What should have been our last pair, but I can only see one car, and that is Mark Courcelle. Unfortunately, no Andy Thetford for this pairing. I know Andy only got 1 run in yesterday and unable to make the call this morning. So it's going to be a solo for Mark. Andy, I hope everything's okay, mate. And we'll see you at the Festival of Power. So Mark Courcelle dialing in 8.35. That goes 8.44 on that tune-up run. Okay, I just called VW Pro. Can I please call VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? VW Sportsman. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Okay, this is what they call a time trial run. Basically, Pete didn't actually get qualified yesterday, so he's come down to tag on the back of Super Pro just to get a time trial running. Luckily, Pete is in competition in Sportsman ET with the other car, so it's not all a bad day for Pete, but just giving the car a run here. So 8:30 is where Pete would have liked the car to run, but he didn't. What's that? I don't know why you even had an 8:30 dialing. He's at 8:03, 121 mile an hour. Good checkout pass. 106 to 60 foot there for Pete. Certainly left like it meant it. Right, here we go then. Into eliminations for ET Bike, your number one qualifier down there. That's Chris Venn. 2 cracking runs yesterday. Both of them were good enough, I think, for number one qualifier, but it was his second run that sealed the deal. 10:10 on a 10:10 dial is what he ran. He's dialing 10:05 this morning. Let's see what he can run. But very, very happy man indeed yesterday. Chris was telling me he'll be going down to Italy with this bike at some point later on this year. 10:03 on a 10:05 break up, but good information for him. They're all smiling, aren't they? Good to see you, Jim. Right, got a Mother's Day shout out. I love doing these ones. Jake Fronda's mum, Liz, is here this weekend. And Jake said, just wondering if you could say hi to Mum, who is here watching this weekend. Consider that one done, Jake. So to Liz, and that's a big happy Mother's Day from your little boy, Jake. Scott Collier taking on Peter Harrison here. 11:20 plays 9:70. Scott's got out in front. He's looking over his shoulder. And he takes the win with a 9.75 to lose at 11.67. So Scott Collier goes through. Nick Pladen taking on Gary Hester. Now the Partly Harley, it's actually a Buell, but dialing in 10.75. And then Gary Hester with the Saint, the Suzuki Katana, 8.80. 1.95 seconds difference on the tree. Nick Pladen in the Slick Tricks lane. His side of the tree will run first. And he gets the green, as does Gary. Oh, Gary's got a box of neutrals there. I finally found a gear, but it might have been a little bit too late. Nick Pladen takes the win, 11.33 to lose at 9.86. Oh, how frustrating to get gear shift issues on that run. But it is Nick Pladen that gets the win. Alan Davis taking on Ralvin Petronelia. So it's Northampton versus the Netherlands here. And big difference on dial-ins actually. 11.80 for Alan. And then 3.1 seconds later, Ralvin will set off and try and chase Alan down, as Ralvin's dial-in is 8.70. Alan off and running. Ralvin waits patiently. Off he goes in pursuit. Top end charge from Ralvin. Has he got enough? And the short answer is no. Alan Davis, 1180 with a 9 on an 1180 dial. Job done. 885 for Ralvin, just a little bit off pace there, but cracking job there for Alan. There's hardly any difference in reaction times, 0.14 to 0.12, but it is Alan Davis that goes into round number 2. All right, this is Justin Moulton taking a solo. No sign of Michael Gooding this morning, unfortunately. So Justin, 990 on the dial-in. Takes it up the other end, goes 1017. So Justin Moulton through to round number 2. Dave Grundy, 1054 against Phil Pratt, 910. Two very good races, actually. Phil has been the perennial championship winner in this class. Was runner-up last year to Scott Collier. But Phil Pratt, his attempt to reclaim the championship begins here, and he's going to go to round number 2. Dave Grundy, 0-1 red. Ouch. Phil takes the win, 936 to a lose-out 1085, but the red light tells the story, and it is Phil into round number 2. Carl Hester and Patrick Marit. 1040 for Carl, 873 for Patrick. This is our penultimate pair in ET Bike, round number 1. Well, Carl had to feather the throttle. They're getting very close to the wall, so Patrick disappearing into the distance takes the win at 890 against a loser at 1184. So Patrick into round number 2. Just in case Liz didn't hear it, Jake Fronder, your boy, sent us a message to wish you a very happy Mother's Day. So hopefully if you heard the first shout out, if you didn't, I've just done it again for you. So Liz, happy Mother's Day, and of course a happy Mother's Day to all of our mums as we look down on our final pairing in ET Bike, Carl Rushby and Robbie Dobby. 11 flat plays 995, both get green lights. And a win for Robbie Dobby there, 1021 against a loser, 1127 for Kyle. Right, so that's ET Bike done. As we look down to Junior Drag Bike, round 1, Sophie Taylor and Harry Isaacs. 1580 against 975. Over 6 second difference on the tree here. It's going to be Sophie that will be setting off first. And then Harry going to be doing the chasing. Well, there goes Sophie. And Harry sets off in pursuit. Well, Harry's gone past, as long as he doesn't break out, which he did. Oh dear. Harry went too quick, so it is Sophie Taylor that takes the win. And just to make things even more interesting, Sophie gets a bye in round number 2. George Parfitt, Leah Morrison, your next pair. Now, again, it's another one of those where you're going to have to be patient, as 1470 dial in for George. And it's 8 flat for Leah. And the win does actually go to Leah Morrison. She goes 8.03 on the 8 flat. Very well judged run indeed. And George, welcome to the world of Junior drag bike and drag racing. I'm sure you're going to love your journey. Right, next pair, already there. Rico Patterson and Brad Morrison. And can I please have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes. So Rico is going to go first. His dial-in is 1350. There he goes. And then Brad Morrison looking for 990. And he sets off as well. It's a double breakout. Rico got there first, but went too quick on his breakout, so the win goes to the Morrisons. That leaves us with Leah Morrison racing Brad Morrison in round 2. Richard Wilcox, Declan Butt, your next pair. 940 plays 895, Richard leaving first. Green light on both sides of the tree. So let's sort this one out at the 8th mile. And it's 9.26 from Declan Butt taking the win. So he is through. Unfortunately, 9.93 Richard Wilcox sees him done for the day. So well done to Declan. Right, Jackson King, your number 1 qualifier. He gets a bye here. Now then, he dials 1353. Let's see how well he judges this one. Yeah, back to the drawing board, gang. 1304. Way quicker than his dial-in. Right, Sophie Pollen, Maggie Smallman. Declan Butt awaits the winner of this pairing. $8.90 plays $8.20. Breakout for Maggie, a little bit too quick there, 7.96. So it is Sophie Pollen, 9 flat, taking the win. Okay, last pair, Annie Lester and Hannah. Oh, sorry, Holly King. So Holly, the defending champion. Only 0.05 of a second difference in dial-ins here. Alia, 9.50. Holly, 9.45. It's a breakout for Holly King. She got there first, but went too quick. So the win, Alia Lester. Although she broke out as well. She only broke out by 1/10. So it's good enough to take the win. So Alia will be racing Jackson in round number 2. We already know about the Morrison matchup between Leah and Brad. Sophie Taylor gets the bye. And Sophie Pollen taking on Declan Butt. All right, next class then. We have a time trial run here. This is Darcy Cordell. Nice to see the junior drag bike family down there to give plenty of support. Because I been doing this a number of years now. It's so interesting watching the progress of these youngsters and watch their whole careers. And this is another new journey that begins here this weekend. Darcy Cordell. Oh, I'm laughing because she just went 17.83, which was about 2 seconds quicker than she went yesterday. Absolutely fantastic. Well done, Darcy. Brett, Scott, everybody down there supporting Darcy this weekend. Very, very pleased for the young lass. And the fire is well and truly being lit now. And the flames of desire to go quicker and quicker keep burning bright. So, well done. An interesting Dave Warren down there. And, of course, Dave Warren, obviously, he's our chief starter, has been on the start line many years. Dave's started his racing career on two wheels. When I started my commentary career 18, 19 years ago now, Dave Warren was a bike racer. So interesting to see them all talking there. What's got a quiet moment? Just had a message coming from Dave Turner. Can I at some point today wish Mark and Michelle of M&M Racing a happy wedding anniversary today. They are at the track somewhere. We don't know where they are, but they're here somewhere. But a very happy wedding anniversary. And that's from Dave Turner, and of course all your friends here as well. Right, we move into VW Pro. That's Olivia Carter looking for a 12.99, but oh dear, that did not go to plan at all. Something's gone a bit awry there. So Rob Jump, 12.40 with the Golf. Goes through with a 13.47. Certainly directional issues. Not quite sure what's happened there. I can only assume one of the steering arms may have broken there under vibration. I don't honestly know. Can't see the car close enough from here to tell, but very frustrating, obviously, for them. It's one of those things that will be a simple fix, hopefully, when they get back to the pit. But yeah, it looks like they're going to have to get the dollies out just to get the car off the track. Okay, gives me a chance to have a pause just for a moment. Thank you ever so much, Ian Blackett, for letting us know. Just a quick, those on the grandstand, can you hear us at all over there? Just give us a wave. Yeah, it's a bit. Are you saying it's a bit quiet, or? Yeah, okay. So the team are on it. We'll just get a little bit more, the volume raised a bit. But in the meantime, if Nitro FM can take the airwaves, we will be back with more commentary of eliminations here at the Green Light. Sorry, the Green Light. Springspeed Nationals. matter of fact, you can see that the two front wheels are pointing in different directions now as the car is just coming back. They'll get back to pits, and they've probably got spares on board. If not, the call out will go, and they'll be able to get that one sorted. But unfortunately, out of eliminations in VW Pro. So they got stuck in the burnout box actually. I think it's possibly where the dollies just can't get over the lip, if you like. Next pair, though, we can see the deck collector of Phil Blogg down there. Going to be taking on the Don, Luke Stevenson. Yeah, good afternoon. No, morning, Luke. See him in a little wave there. And Phil, I can see Phil just sitting there waiting patiently, just watching and observing what's happening with the Passat there. Just getting it over the lip of the burnout box. There we go. Okay, so the track is now clear as the Passat just gets pushed back there. So our next pair making their way forward then. Luke Stevenson with the Don. He was your number one qualifier. Let's have a look at the dial. It's 11.70 a pair. Makes life easy. Let's see who can do the better job of it then. Phil Blogg. We know he can go quicker than 11.70. This is just Luke saying, come on, let's go heads up. Well, you saw Luke move first and Luke pull it away. Now that we know Phil has got the performance in the car to catch Luke, but can he get round him? Short answer, well, he did, but he tried, but he went way too quick. 11.47, 11.80 for the win. Luke Stevenson taking the round win there. Right. Jake Fronder with the Golf. Should have been taken on Dave Henderson, but no sign of Dave, unfortunately. So Jake Fronder going to go into round number 2 here. All he needs to do is break the beams, but he's going to do more than that. He's going to take it all the way through. Let's see what this very rapid Golf can do. Dials at 12.40. Goes 12.31. Next up then is Carl Goldsmith taking on James Hodson. 12.99 for Carl, 10.95 for James. 2.04 seconds difference on the tree, and it'll be the Beetle that will be trying to run away first. Well, Carl Goldsmith having gear selection issues, fair to say there. 11.46 for the win for James Hodson. Mikhailovich getting there with 18 seconds on the board. So James Hodson taking the win there. Do you love it when you get weird messages come through? Jay Foley just messaged home. I'm morning. I'm at home after last night celebrating. Well done, Jay. Joe Hall with the Biohazard Lupo taking on Michael Strachan with the Audi S3. Joe car leapt forward about a foot and stopped. Not quite sure what actually happened there. So Michael Strachan looking for 11.25. Gets a 12.10, takes the win. Well, Paul Walklake with the Cutthroat Racing Caddy did actually qualify the number 4 spot yesterday, but his second qualifier didn't look too good, and the net result was he hasn't been able to come round for round 1 elimination. So John Mills with the little Horace Beetle going to get a solo here. Dials 1180, cracking looking car. This really does move well. Goes 13.59 and 110. All right, Thomas Webb. With Tina the Golf, should have been alongside Nigel Gregg with the Blackneck Golf. But I believe that actually broke yesterday. So we're able to make the call this morning. So Thomas Webb getting the solo. Goes through with a 13.56. Nice to see people are tuned in from home watching, as well as those of you that have come here. Cody has said, I'm watching on YouTube through the live feed. And then once Grandad has finished shopping, they can come up to the track. I love it. Right, this is Tom Herbert. And he's getting a solo here. Should have been going alongside Rob Carter, but no sign of Rob. So Tom is going to get the solo here. Now then, he dials 11.25, just needs to go A to B, but every run is important to a team like this, so they want all the data, they want to know what's going on with the car. That's launched really well, actually. Love to get into the 10s. Oh, 11.40, 121, nice run though. Sounded really good and strong, launched hard. Yeah, nicely done, Tom. Right, so the team sprint over to the other side of the track now. It's Fran Herbert. Dials 12.80. Going alongside Abby Tether with the Golf R, 12.90. This our last pair in VW Pro. Abby Tether gets there first. Very well judged run indeed, actually. 12.91 on a 12.90. 12.91 also for Fran, but Abby got there first. So that is a wrap for VW Pro as we move into VW Sportsman. First up then, Laurie Anslow taking on Lily Stevenson. $14.25 for Laurie, $14.60 for Lily. Laurie goes into stage right. Okay, the tree will now drop. They both get green lights. So Lily out in front. Well, Laurie got there first, but she went too quick. She went a quarter of a second too quick, actually. That is Lily Stevenson that takes the win there. So Lily through to round number 2. John Circuit and Jackie Ron up next. The Lupo and the Sirocco. 1840. It'll be the Lupo going first. And then 1641. So the Sirocco will do the chasing. Well, let's have to sort this one out at the top end. As they go over the stripe, the win goes to John Circuit. Had a 007 light there. Jackie wasn't late on an 011, but cracking job there. 007 off the line, 1869 on the run. Took the win by 0.06 of a second. Right, carry Olivia Reed, sorry. 1475 Darling with a white label Motorsport Lupo taking on Polly Judge, halfway to hell. Great to see her back in this VW. A Corrado VR6, a rare beast. So 1615 for Polly, 1475. It's going to be fairly close at the stripe. And 1491 gets the job done. You've got the same pair again, but switch lanes. Okay, no Andy Jones, unfortunately, with the grey bug, so it is going to be John Gallant with Takakat number 2, the Audi TT, going to get the solo here. 1450 is the Darling. $14.46 breakout, doesn't matter, takes the win. Right, this time we have a race. It's going to be Poppy Hunter taking on Dominic Crawford. 1440 plays 1545. And it's going to be the blue Audi TT. Going to be first away. All right, so Dominic off and running, as is Poppy Hunter. We see Dominic on the brakes there and takes the win there, 15.77 to lose at 14.61. Dominic Crawford into round number 2. Steve Metcalf with the blue steel Baja taking on Nigel Gregg with the black net Golf. $15.60 for Nigel. 15.58 for Steve. Just 0.02 of a second difference on the tree. Well, Steve out in front and takes it 15.78 to lose at 16.24. So well done to Steve. Jerry Sadler with the Beetle. Lorraine Large with the Beetle. Both the same body shape. How are we doing, Trev? Are we good? Are we excited? Oh, dear. Right, 15 flat. The number of choice for Lorraine is going to be leaving second to try and chase Jerry down. 15.45. Well, this is close at the stripe. And it's a win for Jerry Sadler. 15.47 to a loser. 15.11. The win margin at the stripe, 0.18. Very close race indeed. Lorraine did a better job off the start line, but the better job at the finish line, which is what counted, was Jerry. So a good race between those two. Right, George Miller. Well, we know Justin's at home celebrating. He's messaged me already. So George Miller on the solo here. And what's Sonic the TT got for us? 14.25 on the dial, 14.31. Ah, Jay, you'd have won that. Oh, dear. We continue with the Thunderbug. Jordan Clark, champion from last year. And, of course, your number 1 qualifier as well. Going on against Joshua Lee. They're both dialing in 14.10. Oh, Jordan goes red by 0.16. So Joshua Lee goes into round number 2. Oh, commiserations, Jordan. And goes 13.86 as well. Monster breakout. Goes red. Did everything he could to lose that one. Right, Nigel Gregson with Golfy McGoldfaced. Should have been alongside Hazel Carter. But no sign of Hazel here. Bit of a day to forget, actually, for the Carter team. But they'll be back. Just as strong, as entertaining as ever. And that's a 13.65 on a 13.50 dial. Okay, last pair. Thomas Webb, Cass Waterhouse. 15.30 plays 13.45. It's the menopause Audi TT. It's been morphed into At A6 of Ant, I think it is. Yep. Basically, Kaz's car broke, and a hunt round for a suitable replacement car was found. And I think it's the Turpits, actually, the Audi A6. Oh, no gear shift, unfortunately, there for Thomas. So, can Kaz hang on? She takes the win, yeah, 15.67, 81 mile an hour. And box full of neutrals, unfortunately, there for Thomas. Okay, so that's a wrap then for VW Sportsman. As we now look down onto Sportsman ET. First pair, Matt Halsall, Clive Dandridge. It's the Escort Mark II, 14.51 on the dial-in, and then Clive Dandridge with the truck, dialing 12.63. Oh, Matt goes red. So it's an automatic win then for Clive. $14.35 breakout for Matt as well. It's a breakout for Clive. Didn't matter. 12.44 and a 63. Good old breakout that for Clive. But he already had the win, so it didn't matter if he broke out. Next pair, Adam Wakefield, Harry Redshaw. 15.85, and it's 19 flat for Harry with the Mini. So there goes Harry. And Adam sets off in pursuit. Pretty close at the stripe. And a 19.29. The winner, Harry Redshaw. The win margin, 0.06. Well, I thought it was close, but I didn't realise it was going to be that close. Good little race, that one. Right, Gary Lake and Felicity Gibbs. Two people know how to win races and win championships actually down here. Gary Lake's done it a few times. Flick's won the championship once. Let's see how these two get on. Both into pre-stage, neither of them wanting to go in first. Playing mind games with each other. Flick just rolls in. There goes Gary. So 17.45 plays 13.92. And it is Gary Lake by 0.15 at the stripe. 13.92 with a 7. Hits his dial-in. Felicity Gibbs actually broke out. She went 43 on a 45. But a good race. Good tactics between the two there. Both really wanting that win. But it is the Arabian Night we're going to be seeing in round number 2. That's right, Gary Lake going to be taking on Clive Dandridge in round 2. Next up, Ricky Hale, Terry Attry. It's the battle of the 18-second cars here. So Ricky 18 flat, Terry 18.85. And it's an 18.10, Ricky Hale taking the win there. 18.88. for Terry. So we won't see the snail anymore, but we will see the golf again. Georgina Smith and Chris Wynn, your next pair. $18.80 dial-in for Georgina. She'll be going first. $15.50 for Chris Wynn. Be going second. Can I please have Super Street Bike into pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike, can we have you into the lanes, please? Well, there goes Georgina, and Chris sets off in pursuit. And Georgina takes that one, 19.05 to lose out 15.76. Rob Cresswell and Sylvia Purcell, 14.90 plays 14.48. The Smurf will go first. Try and guess which car is called the Smurf. There we go. Your starter for 10. Okay, so Rob on the brakes at the stripe goes 16.32. Don't know what happened to Sylvia there. She had a brilliant start. Absolutely treed Rob a treat there. But seemed to have lost all full momentum after that. So Rob Cresswell taking the win. Next pair, Steph Pateman taking on Dan Holloway. 12.28 for Dan. Going to have to be patient though. Steph will be going first, 13.90. Oh, another staging battle. Neither of them wanting to go in. Steph flinches first, though. Oh, Steph is away. Dan sets off in pursuit. And the win goes to Dan Holloway at an 0.3 light as well, 12.46. Steph got there first but broke out. So Dan Holloway taking the win. Chris Cresswell and Troy Attree up next. $14.80 plays 12.22. Chris will be going first in the little red Fiesta. And then it'll be Troy. Oh, 007 red for Chris. So Troy, number one qualifier, taking the win. Goes 12.27 on 22. Chris broke out as well. But Troy into round number 2. Stephen Giles and Kirsty Tram up next. Stephen Giles looking for 12.40. Kirsty Tram dials in 12 flat. Both away. And a win for Kirsty Tram with 12.02 on a 12 flat. Stephen goes 12.07 on a 12.40 dial. It felt good. He wanted to keep his nose in front. Got there first by 0.1, but in the process broke out by over 0.4 of a second. Nicely done. I'm pleased with the run though, because that's one of the quickest run that car's done. But it is Kirsty into round number 2. Pete Walters and Lewis Gilbert up next. Don't adjust your sets. It is a silver Camaro taking on a silver Camaro. The only difference being is Pete's car has got the black roof. There we go. Lewis Gilbert has the silver roof. Or I should say Pete Walters has got the T-top. I think his panels are removable there. Also, slight difference in ETs as well. 1570 Lewis, off he goes. Pete's got to be patient, and now sets off in. I hope we're trying to get past Lewis before the stripe and take the win. Double breakout, but Pete Walters broke out by the most. Broke out by a 10th, and only 800ths on the other side. So we see the Gilbert Camaro into round number 2. Good top end shot there as they cross the line. Lorna Collins with the MX-5 taking on Craig Flinders with the big Ford Ranger. Both get green lights. So 1670 the target for Craig, 1635 for Lorna. Breakout. Craig got there first, but went 700s too quick. But took the win because the breakout, the other side, 1627 on a 1680. Wow. So you're going to see the F100 back round in round number 2. All right, BMW Z3, Roman Giles, 1680, plays Michael Lindsay with the 15 flat with the BMW. Both of them getting a green light on the tree. That's the most important bit to start your race off. No point in going red, you lose instantly. And Michael takes it, 15.15. 89 mile an hour to lose out 17.02. Jordan Griffin and Alan Medley, your next pair. 15.39 for the Suzuki Swift and 13.63 darling for Alan with the Bad Penny Mustang. Very close at the stripe once again. A breakout for Alan Medley, but it's a win. 15.42 on a 39. Jordan Griffin got there first as well. Nothing Alan could do about that one. Brian Huxley, Richard Palmer. Your next pair is the Comet taking on the Jag, and it's the Comet with a 15.20. And the XKR dialing in 13.45. Tractor just having a little wander up the Castro Lane, just to make sure everything's all right up there. Honestly, don't think it's going to be out there for very long. These two cars are staying put. So let's just have a quick little look on the run order. Got Comp Eliminator in the lanes down there. Because you also see Top Fuel Bike. And then tucked in behind them will be Super Street Bike. We've got 4 pairs. No, apologies, 3 pairs actually, because there's nobody in that one. That's a bio. So 3 pairs to go in Sportsman ET. Right, Richard Palmer and Brian Huxley coming up to the line then. It's going to be Brian leaving first with that lovely Comet. Just waiting for Richard to go into pre-stage. There he goes. And now they can go into stage. That's what they call courtesy staging. They both go into pre-stage before one of them goes into stage. Off goes Brian. And there goes Richard to try and catch him. Right, Brian got there first, but broke out, went too quick by 300s. So the win light goes to Richard Palmer. Goes 13:59. Right, this is Alex Pryor. Should have been alongside Sophie Evans with the BMW, but no sign of Sophie. Her first race event this weekend. Oh no, there she is. She was hiding under the tower. I thought Alex was all on his own out there, but no, Sophie was there. And just bringing the car up to the line. So the dial-ins then. Alex looking for 15:35. Sophie 13:60. So it's the Rover taking on the BMW. Both into pre-stage. Look at that, no messing. Alex rolls in. And there does Sophie. And it's Sophie Evans that takes that one, 14:21 to lose out 16:31. Win margin 0.7 at the stripe, but good reaction time for the little Rover there, 0.3. But just couldn't hang on for the win. Sophie Evans is in to round number 2. That's fact, that is it. We're actually done for Sportsman ET. As we now get ready for Comp Eliminator, I do believe there is going to be a little bit of track prep out there before Comp comes round. So give me a chance to rest the vocal cords for a second and give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. But we will take it back with round 1, Comp Eliminator, coming up next here at Springspeed Nationals. Okay, we are back, and it is Top Fuel Bike qualifier, and it's Neil Midgley with the Top Fuel Bike here, the Camo Puma. Pretty fair to say that Neil's been using this weekend as an extended test session. We're hoping we're going to get Steve Woolack down for a qualifier in this session, but unfortunately no sign of Steve this morning. Just having a double look around just to make sure. After this, it'll be Comp Eliminator, eliminations round number 1. Oh, blew the tyre off completely there, Neil Midgley. Went for the launch and literally, 30 foot, maybe even less than that. Lost traction and the revs went up, the tyre grew, and that was all that Neil can do. Okay, we move on now to Comp Eliminator, eliminations at round number 1. And it is going to be father versus son. Keith Williams in the Kestrel lane, taking on his lad Dan Williams in the Stick Tricks lane. So Dan Williams with the car that actually used to belong to Keith, actually. That's the Chevelle, the car that really did set the Williams brothers on their way. It was their winningest car, if you like. That car won Door Slammers. It's taken titles for both Dan and Nick. Keith with this Nova actually got Laurie Bamford on the crew with him this weekend. So it's 10.95 against 11.55. They're not dial-ins, it's just indexes. And Keith goes red. Very keen to get the job done. This is where the car works really well. Goes 11.73. Dan taking it easy there, 11.62. So Dan Williams into round number 2. Right, can I have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Right, your next pair, Ahmed Jamshed with the Silver Surfer. This ridiculously rapid Honda Civic. Taking on Nick Williams with the Copo Camaro. Indexes 9.16 and 8.59. Don't forget they can go as far under that as they want to. Sometimes they don't want to go too far under, and that's why Ahmed is limited to 8.50. So it will be the Civic going first, front wheel drive. And Ahmed goes red. Nick goes 7.94, only 148 miles an hour. But it's a 116, a 60 foot there for Nick. 116, that'll do nicely. Yeah, that tells a story. 794, only 148. Ahmed, very well judged run, 8.53, but it was the red light. And oh, get this, Ahmed Jamshed went red, 0.0003. Oh. In actual fact, looking at that, Ahmed almost pulled out the best run he possibly could have done, because he couldn't go quicker than 8.50, and he pulled triple O light. It's a shame it was red. Right, Spencer Tram taking on a Reuven Dawson. Pick your Camaro. Spencer Tram with a 350 cubic inch GSA denominated car. He'll be going first, and then it's Reuven with the Honey Wasp. Has an index of 920. We know he can sail way under that. Yeah, lift and coast for Reuven there. 8.51 takes the win to an 11.24. Both of them wide awake off the start line. 0.5 for Reuven, 0.8 for Spencer. Right, David Barton up next. Should have been taking on Ben Mace, but Ben, I know, has had a few issues this weekend trying to get the altered to work, but having boost problems, and you know, he was he's happy, but he was down at the same time. I can't put it any other way. So David Barton then with the Copo has an index of 980. Just bumping it in. Yep, doing the sensible thing, lift and coast. 990. At 90 miles an hour. Right, your next pair then, Gary Carr taking on Rob Smallworth. And Rob, he's got the shoe whitener out. And it's basically said, Happy Mother's Day, Mum, Nan and Gran. They're all on there. Nicely done. Thanks, Rob. So, 7.99 index for Rob Smallworth. Gary Carr goes 11.68 on his index. Gary's off to get into the very low 11s or high 10s at some point over the weekend, stand a chance. The GTM Copo's really going well this weekend. Big wheels up launch there for Gary. There goes Rob, but oh, Rob goes red, so it's automatic win for Gary Carr. Gary takes it 11.16 to a lose out 8.12. Gary got there first as well. Right, your last pair then, Kev Perkins. Now then, where's Amir? There he is. You can hear him. And you can now see him. So Amir with the Anomaly Honda has an index of 916. Kev with the Oldsmobile 799. I don't think Amir meant to do that, but he's just gone straight into stage, double bold, but Kev will go, yeah, fair enough. Oh, and there we go. Amir couldn't hold it on the line either. So that's a straight win for Kev. And Kev goes through with a 861. Right, we look forward to seeing Comp Eliminator round number 2. Good to see all the guys come down to the start line as well. So it'll be Reuven taking on Dan Williams. David Barton has got Gary Carr. And Nick Williams has got Kev Perkins. Right. Super Street Bike. The Taylor's Trophy. Costas and Martin, your first pair. So Costas on the JKE Raceworks car, but no, it's actually both bikes shut off. So let's just have a look at the top end. And actually, yeah, Kev Perkins is still in the shutdown area. That's why the guys have clicked off for the time being. In actual fact, the quad has had to just go out to do a retrieval on Kev Perkins' Oldsmobile in the shutdown area. Right, well, let's just get our breath back after all of that. Yeah, Comp Eliminator. Reuven Dawson in round number 2 will be facing Dan Williams. The winner of that will actually get a bye into the final. David Barton will be taking on Gary Carr. And Nick Williams will be taking on Kev Perkins. So that's the way it's all panned out in Comp Eliminator. We've got Super Street Bike in front of us here. Jake Michelle will be taking on Travis Merritt. Chris Reed will be taking on Rodolfo Maduro. Alan Morrison taking on Brad Head. And then the pair that you see down there, well, they were there, they've just gone back. Martin Hallett taking on Kostas Jalopoulos. After that, if we stick to run order, it will be Outlaw Flat 4. Jack and Johnny Marriage will be racing each other, and then Vito and Mark on the other side of that, and that will set the final in Outlaw Flat 4. Obviously, all of our race classes to follow after that. Super Gas will follow there. So, yeah, you can see all the cars and the bikes in the pairing lanes. As I say, brilliant. As I say, I am convinced that is a new camera because they can zoom in and out on that one. But, yeah, you've got a very, very good view of the pairing lanes, those of you that have got access to the live stream at the moment. You can see Outlaw Flat 4. You can see Johnny and Jack Marriage, the two Beatles, at the head of the pairing lanes. And then the other two are tucked in behind their Super Street Bike. They will just round the corner a bit as they're ready to come round. And then on the left-hand side of the screen, as you look, you can see Super Gas, round number 1, lined up, ready. Okay, so bikes fired up once again as we turn our attention back to the racetrack. And because of the delay, Kostas and Martin have pushed back. And we're going to change the pairing now. It is going to be Alan Morrison taking on Brad Head. Alan Morrison qualified in the number 2 spot, riding the bike that Alan Morrison Junior will campaign later on in the season. He's concentrating on the FIM Tour this year. So Alan is riding this bike this weekend here at Springspeed. And Brad Head with the JKE Raceworks Booster, his second season on the bike, full season I should say. Both away. $7.19. Alan Morrison takes the win out. 202, $7.79 for Brad. Good looking run there for Brad actually. He had a good 60 foot or 130. But Alan Morrison was always just keeping his nose in front. Number 1 qualifier, Jake Michelle appears in the Slick Tricks lane, going to be taking on Travis Merritt here with the Blackout Booster. So no darlings, no breakouts, just whoever gets to the top end first is heads up all the way. And Travis, well, the bike actually jumped off the track then. Jake taking the win there, getting very close to the centre line. The strike goes 6.85 at 217 miles an hour. Really put a number on the board there. He went quicker than he went in qualifying. Jake Michelle, absolutely superb run there. Travis had his hands full with that bike though. Had both wheels off the track at one point there. So Chris Reed appears in the Slick Tricks lane. Going to be taking on Rodolfo Maduro. Good to have Boyce back with us. So both into pre-stage, just going to pull forward just that little bit. They're both in, both away. And it's going to be Boyce taking the round win here. Goes 7:41, 197 miles an hour. Stace very, very happy with that one, as will be Boyce. So, going to be Jake Michelle taking on Chris Reed in the semi-finals, and it'll be Alan Morrison taking on the winner of this pairing of Martin Hallett and Kostas Gelopoulos. So the Morrison Racing Machine, and of course another one from the JKE Racework stable. Can I please have 850 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 850 bike. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Martin away first. Kostas trying to do everything he can to catch, but it ain't going to happen. Martin Hallett takes the win, 7:47, only 160. Kostas just coasting at the end there, 8:51 at 1:27. So Martin Hallett will be racing Alan Morrison, and there'll be Jake Michelle taking on Chris Reed. Right, next up, Outlaw Flat 4. So Johnny Marriage and Jack Marriage, your first pair. And this will be the first semi-final. Just 4 cars entered into Outlaw Flat 4 for this meeting. So Johnny Marriage with Miss White, cracking 1085 from Johnny yesterday. Very happy indeed to be, well, not back in the 10s, but well into the 10s yesterday. Jack with the Rubber Duck Beetle. Fair dues actually, going well yesterday, 1290. So Johnny through with 11:42 at 115 to 13:17 there for Jack. Right, Vito and Mark. Mark actually skipped his second qualifier yesterday. I don't think it was done deliberately, because the car came down into the pairing lanes, just didn't come around the corner to put the run in. So hopefully, if there was an issue, they've got it sorted out now. With burnout seemed okay. So Mark Antringham taking on Vito Versleys. So it's Belgium versus Newcastle. The lights go green. Well, unfortunately, I think Vito's got gear selection issues, and it is going to be Mark taking the Carmen gear through with a 1020 at 143. And Vito just coasting at the strike there, 1665. So Mark Eltringham into the final. Right, next up it is Supergas. And a good morning to Tony Morris, if he's tuned in stateside. And of course, Dave Gibbons, UK arm of Tony Morris Carburettors. And we look down to see our first race. Should have been Jasmine taking on Stu Doiney, but Jazz isn't there, so Stu Doiney with an 010 light. Goes through there with a 997. Nicely done, Stu. Right, another roadster then, belonging to Dave Fulton, taking on Vic Parsons. Well, Vic already through in Pro ET, so we can continue his journey here in Super Gas as well. Tree drops, away they go. Now then, Vic does it by field. Dave Fulton does the throttle stop, and the win goes to Dave Fulton. 990 with a 6. Brilliant job. 04 off the line. Vic got there second and broke out by a 10th. Tells you how good Dave Fulton was off the line there. So Dave Fulton in to round number 2. Andy Harrison taking on Dave Cherritt. Look at the speed difference as well, actually. 148 mile an hour for Dave Fulton, only 117 for Vic. Goes to show the difference in the way that they do their races. So the Brute Force Sierra taking on the Ford van. Now again, Dave Cherritt will run away and coast-ish towards the stripe. Andy Harrison will use the throttle stop. Dave Fulton awaits the winner. Oh, breakout for Andy Harrison, went 985 too quick. Dave Cherritt 991 on that 990. Brilliant job, only 113 miles an hour. Again, just different ways of doing it. So it's the two Daves going to race it in round number 2. Right, Mark White, Sarah Unsworth. Chalk with the FX Vega, and Sarah with the Lemon Drizzle Mustang. Good looking race, this one. Oh, Sarah got there first, but too quick. 972. 126, so Mark White takes the win with a 10.08. But I tell you what, Sarah has had a brilliant weekend this weekend. Very much enjoyed watching her get a grip on that car and doing very well with it. But it is chalk that goes through. Right, your last pair. Wayne Hiscock, Stuart Morris. The Chevelle and the Camaro, two different ways of doing it. In actual fact, it's going to be really visible this time. If they do what they normally do, I should say. Stuart Morris will launch. The throttle stop will kick in. It will slow him down. Wayne will just coast it up the track. Oh, but it's over before it's begun. Stuart Morris goes red by 003. Automatic win to Wayne Hiscock. And Wayne takes it, even though he breaks out. It didn't matter, 975 against 979. It is the red light that tells the story, and your number one qualifier is on the trailer. Wayne Hiscock goes through, and he gets a bye in round number 2. Right, moving through the ladders, I should say. Comp bike up next. It's an 8-bike field. 3 didn't make it. So first up then, Michael Piggott and Paul Hambridge. So it's a Wall Speed Racing booster and Paul Hambidge on that Silent Assassin machine. Both qualified in the 8s, both capable of going quicker. But don't forget, they only had 2 qualifiers yesterday. Normally they have a few more goes at it. By the way, well, Paul's front wheel comes up there, but he gets it back down, tries to continue the pursuit. It's not over yet. Oh, and he takes it. Wow, wow, what a recovery. 772 to a 778. Win margin 0-2 at the stripe. Paul Hambidge takes it. 185 mile an hour, 262 for my figure. That was a cracking race. Front wheel came up, had to bring it back down to earth. He was behind all the way until the stripe. Next up, Len Padgett gets in as an alternate against Chris Neary. So no Graham Dance, unfortunately. So Len gets the number one. Sorry, gets Chris Neary then. Oh, and problems for Chris. The bike bogged and moved about, just about its own length. So Len Padgett, from being, did not qualify, goes into round number 2 with a 791. Well on, Len. When opportunity presents itself, and sometimes you've got to take it. And he certainly has. Thirdly, Martina and Keith Wright. Your next pair. So thirdly in the Kestrel lane. Keith is in the Slick Tricks lane. Looks like 30 is going to take this one indeed. 785 at 181. A good run there for Keith. It's his quickest of the weekend. But unfortunately got there second. 30 is through. All right, so it's your last pair. Jazz, Cordell and Danny Cockrell. So Danny Cockrell appears in the Kestrel lane and was around the 9:55 in qualifying. Can go way quicker than that. We know that. He should be in the 7s. Jazz Cordell, though, had cracking qualifying yesterday. Went 7:46. Nobody was quicker. So Jazz was your number 1 qualifier. Oh, no problems for Dan. Or not quite sure yet. Yep, he's been pushed back, so going to be a solo then for Jazz. Goes 765 at 175. So Jazz will be taking on Paul Hambidge, and Len Padgett will be taking on 30 Martina. There we go, that's your pairings for Comp Bike, round number 2. Right, next up, it should be 8:55, but before that, Pete Slater, just going to put a run in. Class as a time trial, he came down as an alternate. just in case anybody had an issue. But unfortunately, Danny had his issue as he was coming up to the line, so they couldn't get a bike prepped and ready in time to run. Once it's done a burnout and rolled forward, I believe that's the end of the alternate's chance to get in. So Pete Slater going to take it through anyway. And he's got issue on the run anyway. Also putting a run is Dan Dieth. He was another alternate that came down. He had a bit of a frustrating day as well, to be fair, yesterday. As I say, only 2 qualifiers and couldn't get the job done. So this is where he proves that he's got it all sussed and goes into the 7s. I would like to hope so, because then that just puts him in a much better frame of mind for his next event. Yep, 776, 185. If only it would have done that yesterday. Right, 850 bike, round 1 of eliminations here. And I know Craig Wright and Cat and Harrison will be tuned in. This is the class that they would have been racing in. We do hope to see Craig later on this season. I know he's saying taking the season out, but the lure of coming back, it might just tempt him at some point. But I know he's got a plan, and look forward to seeing him racing next year. But they won't keep away. They'll appear. Anyway, on to the race in front of us. Jay Rowe and Gary Malone. Both away well. Jay Rowe starting to stretch his legs a little bit. Oh, but breaks. Oh, no, sorry. It's a double breakout. 8:48 with a 1 against 8:48 with a 0. Jay Rowe takes that on the lesser breakout. Goodness me. Just 1/1000 of a second difference on breakout. And it is Jay Rowe that takes that one. Good. What a race that was. Right, Paul Morris, Anna Sasiak. Oh, 9:41, Paul Morris. Anna goes 9:38. Got there with the quicker ET, but both of them had problems on the run. Both of them, I think it was gear selection on both sides of the track. But, dear, what racing this is today. Right, Patrick Rawnsley, Jayant Bamari. So the Venom Machine taking on the Ultimate. Right, it's... well, I'm not even going to try and attempt to call this now, because we've had a race where they're both broken out, a race where they both had gear issues. Let's see what happens in this pair. The Venom Machine in the Kestrel lane, the Ultimate Machine in the Slick Tricks lane. Jayant and Patrick. Away. See Patrick leaning the bike over to counteract the wind, and yeah, 8.99, not quite good enough. Jayant takes the win, 8.86 win margin, 0.5 at the stripe. Jayant through to round number 2. Oh, a couple of messages come through. Herb Andrews, thanks for the update from yesterday. They kept him in overnight because he was so entertaining to everybody. Herb, missing you, mate. And he says, well, watching online from the luxury of my hospital bed, just in time for Nostalgia Superstock. Herb, look after yourself, mate. Don't annoy all the nurses too much. So, Daniel Madeira, Pete Wise. And it is a breakout for Pete Wise. He got there first, went 8.42 quick. Daniel Madeira, though, 8.52 dead. That's the way to do it. So Daniel's going to be racing Giant next round. Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please, for round 2 eliminations. Pro ET lets you view into the lanes as it's Joe Elliott and Kevin Wright up next. Green light drag race. Let's sort this one out at the top end. Ooh, it looks like Kevin just about, yeah, 861 takes it to an 881 win margin, 07. Joe had the better light by 0.13, but Kevin rode round him at the stripe. Carl Thomas, Patrick Marit. Carl was the #1 qualifier, went 8.50 with a 5. Close one at the stripe, but the win goes to Carl Thomas, 8.62 to an 8.67. Your #1 qualifier goes into round number 2. Gets a bye there as well. Right, and your last pair. Stacey Reed. Well done, the boys, for making it into round 2. Now can Stacey do the same thing here? Got to get past Pete Slater here. Okay, well, Stace basically just went before anything happened there. So Pete Slater gets the win. Coasting to a 9.55. Okay, so that's a wrap for 8.50 bike. Next up is Nostalgia Superstock. Just had Sean Bowe message me, actually. He says, tuned in from home, watching with my niece Millie and 2 nephews, Mason and Kobe. Not sure if you can shout them out. Well, I just did. But there we go. Sean, sorry I missed you yesterday, mate. And we will see you at Festival of Power. So, a time trial run here. This is Ralvin Petronelia. Didn't actually get qualified yesterday, but going to get a time trial run today. Whoa, big wheel stand off the line there for Ralvin. So, Herb watching from Northampton General Hospital. And I hope he's turned the volume up so everybody else in the ward can hear it as well. This is Nostalgia Superstock. And your first car out is Jack Bishop, celebrating his birthday on the test day here. on Friday. Should have been alongside Steve Lloyd with the Impala, but unfortunately Steve not making the call. Car was absolutely hauling yesterday in qualifying. Just having a timing system reboot to add a little bit of drama and suspense to proceedings. So our chief starter, Dave Warren, just decided to open the door and have a little chat with Jack and discussing daily news events and life in general down there. Obviously, they're both dads as well, so can talk about kids. Then he's actually going to push him back, so... quite sure actually, because Jack, all he had to do is break the beans, take the solo, but no, he wants to get a full run in that. So yeah, he's just pushing back. Once again, I will say it, and it's a happy Mother's Day to all the mums everywhere in the world, not just our drag racing mums, but mums everywhere. I hope all of you that have mums haven't forgotten that it's Mother's Day, and that you've sent cards, flowers and well wishes. Don't forget, it's not too late to send them a text if you're here and say, oh, happy Mother's Day, Mum. Just make sure that you do something. I texted mine earlier to say I'll give you a ring tonight. She appreciated that. Right, here we go. Jack Bishop rolling forward. So Jack aiming for 9.95. That's the dialing he's got on the back window of Barry the Barracuda. Good wheels up launch, as we would expect from Jack. There's a breakout by 200s. 993. Okay, Herb, your man's down there. That is Mick Sharp with the Detroit Hustle. 968, taking on Chris Goodale with the Russo's Rat, the Chevelle. Apologies to anybody in Northampton, Jen, if Mick Sharp wins this, because Herb will let out a cheer and they'll look round at him and thinking, what's going on? Or if Chris takes the win, Herb will probably swear. There we go. Right, race on. It's going to be a cheer for Mick Sharp. He's gone through 985 on the win, but Chris Goodale broke out. He went too quick. He had a 985 dial. He went 981. He had an 01 light compared to Mick's 0.6, and Chris still managed to lose that one. So well done to Mick. Commiserations to Chris. Dave Billadoo, Don Scott is the Yorkshire Heavy, taking on the Superbird. .985 place 977. Big wheels down there from Dave Billadoo. And it's at the stripe. It's a win for Dave Billadou, 991 to a loser at 980. That was the whole shot win there, 0-6 win margin. Dave takes the win. And probably wheelie of the weekend as well with that one. Right, the Chevelle and the Malibu. Ian King, dialing in 1060. Paul Smell looking for a 1019. Oh, big wheels up launch there for Paul Smell, but Ian King got a good lead as well. Oh, it's a double breakout. Paul Smell breaks out by the most though, so it's Ian King that takes the win. And we'll go into round number 2, 1049 plays 1007, but Ian King with the lesser breakout. Next up, Neil Francis, Stuart Thompson. Those of you looking at the live feed, another camera angle for you to get used to. Look at that on the top of the grandstand, looking down at the track. You can see Kiwi's Duster and the rust bucket of Neil Francis just waiting patiently to roll forward. As our start line crew just tidy up in the Slick Tricks lane. They're good to go. Right, being called forward. Let's have a look at the dial-ins then. It's a second between them. 10.75 for Neil, 9.75 for Stuart. This is our last pair before we get the solo from Spencer Tram, and that will be a wrap for Nostalgia Superstock round 1. Both get the green light. And the win light goes to Stuart Thompson, 980 on a 75 to a 1082. 0.2 reactions from both of them, so they could have done a better job on the tree, but it's the win light that counts, and it's Kiwi that's got that one. Stuart Thompson into round number 2. Right, here's a solo from Spencer Tramby, who was your number 1 qualifier, so he gets the bye. All he needs to do is break the beams under his own power, but Spencer will take the car through. He has a dial-in of 11.23. '07 light. And goes 11.25 on the 23. Nicely done, Spencer. Good information for them to work with for the next round. All right, we now move into Super Comp. Been looking forward to this. Good mix of cars. Different ways of doing it. First pair, Dave Fulton taking on Victoria Smith. Victoria came here basically to get some pre-season testing for Street Eliminator, but actually had a go at trying to run a number and did a good job of it, to be fair. So the Boost Monkey Buick taking on the little Ford 2017 Roadster. Dave Fulton away. Now then, can Victoria do anything? She does. She takes it 8.98 to lose at 9.56. Victoria Smith goes through. So Victoria Smith into round number 2. Was not expecting that one, I can guarantee you. Right, Nathan Holt's up next. The Bricktop Racing Mustang. Just a call out to our spectators on the banking. I know there's not many of you, but just be aware the wind is blowing any litter onto the racetrack. So if you have got any, just try and weight it down a bit, or try and put it in the bin. Make sure it don't blow back out. I don't know how you're going to do that, but you know what I mean. So Nathan Holtz then He could break out if he wants to, it doesn't matter. Let's see what the number is. It's a 938 at 150. They'll make a racer out of him yet. Nathan, really pleased for you, mate. He's going so well. And he's obviously into round number 2. And Nathan, I know you played the live feedback, but thanks for your message last night, mate. That was really nice of you. Thank you. Ellie Mae Brown and Richard Tunstall up next. The Roadster against the Dragster. I know Richard's had a few issues over the course of the weekend. I'm not going to repeat any of them, but I do know most of them. So, let's see then. Ellie Mae Brown, Richard Tunstall, 890. This is Super Gas. $903 for Richard Tunstall. Takes the win to a loser, 897. And fair to say, the team are delighted with that one, and why not? Because Richard, in round number 2, gets a bye. So 2 wins for the price of 1 there. Right, Leah Callett taking on Stevie Gates here. So the Dolly Daydream Dragster will do 890, and the speed will be over 170 miles an hour. Stevie Gates, bizarrely, he's having to slow down as well to run 890, but he'll still probably stop the clocks at around about 140 odd mile an hour. But different ways of doing. You can see the throttle stop kick in for Leah. To be honest with you, I'm not sure how Stevie runs 890. Calmly runs 8.6s, so it'll probably be just a lifting coast past 1,000 foot mark. But let's see. Oh, unfortunately, Stevie hasn't got off the line. Leah takes that one, 951, only 117. She didn't need to do too much to do that one. But yeah, not quite sure what the problem was there for Stevie. But good to see Ziva out here racing. Really great looking car and a great team. Just commiserations on that run. Warren Watson, Steve Hudson. The Camaro taking on the Altered. The winner of this gets the number 1 qualifier, Nathan Holtz, in round number 2. Warren out in front, and Warren takes the win, 907. That's a great whole shot win to an 897. The win margin at the stripe, get this, look at the live feed screen if you can at home. You'll see the cars approach. The win margin, 001. Wow, very, very close race indeed. But it is Warren that goes through. Great racing. Right, let's have a look into the lanes. It's Pro ET, round number 2, but a little bit of track prep going on out there. And finally a chance for me to rest the vocal cords for a moment, as we are getting on very, very well with things here. So Nitro FM 96.2, if you could take the airwaves over for a moment, and we will be back with a continuation of eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals. Here we go then with Pro ET eliminations round number 2. This is where we whittled down 16 to 8. And into the pairing lanes, can I please have Junior Dragster and ET Bike, please? Junior Dragster and ET Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Right, your first pair in round 2 then. Bob Molden with the Peugeot, taking on Darren Huxley with the Earthmet Nissan 180. 11:45 plays 9:19. Green light on both sides of the racetrack, so let's sort this one out at the top end. And it is Bob Molden who takes the win, 9:22 and a 9:19. Darren got there first but broke out, he went too quick. Bob Molden into round number 3. $8.75 dial-ins for both of them. This is going to make life very interesting. There's me saying earlier on that the race between John and Charlie was going to be the quickest in Pro ET history. We got another one here, as both dial in 8.75. Reuben Dawson, John Bean. The Copo Camaro and the Shotgun Mustang. Two very, very good racers indeed. Reuben was championship runner-up last year. Fair to say he was lucky to be here because the car just died in round 1, but your opponent broke out, so he's into round number 2. But it's a red light this time. Reuben Dawson eliminates himself. It's John Bean that's going to be marching on. John goes 9:03. Reuben coasts at the stripe. John Bean into round number 3. Not only that, the team spotted it straight away. It was only an 02 red, but a red is a red, unfortunately. Right, Billy Everett, Mason Griffiths. Billy dials 985, Mason 906. Billy will be going first. There he goes. Mason sets off in pursuit. And the win light goes to Mason Griffiths, goes 906 with a 1 on a 906 and an 06 light. Billy, although he was quicker off the line with an 03, a 995 ain't going to cut it when Mason hits his number and almost gets the perfect ET to boot. So Mason Griffiths into round number 3. Next up, Dave Rudd, Stevie Gates. Hopefully Stevie's managed to fix the issue that prevented him from even getting a run in Super Comp. He's here in round number 2 in Pro ET, going alongside Dave Rudd with a Banshee Cobra. Dave Rudd looking for 974. Stevie wants 896. Well, Stevie gets away, but he was a bit too quick off the line. Cherry on the tree. Automatic win for Dave Rudd. Stevie Gates goes 907, does get there first, but cherry on the tree tells the story. 988 for the win for Dave Rudd. Vic Parsons with that beautiful Plymouth Belvedere. He was your number one qualifier, got past Jack McClure in round one. Let me take it on Nick Mugridge with that little junior comp dragster. 976 plays 10-12. At least Vic will be able to see this car because he'll be chasing it. But sometimes these little junior comp dragsters just hide and sneak up on you. Oh, bit of a staging jolt. No, Nick goes in. And the win light goes to Nick Mugridge, 10.15 on a 10.12. Vic was only 100th off, but he had 0.07 difference on the tree to try and catch up and couldn't do it. So it is Nick Mugridge into round number 3. Don Scott and Neil Watkins, 9.79 against 11.42. Green light on both sides of the tree, so let's sort this one out on the blacktop, which is a quarter mile long. A breakout for Neil Watkins, he got there first, not it too quick. 9.81 the win for Don Scott, and he marches on. The Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda of Simon Innes, 10.76 on the dial-in. And it's Tom Watkins with Doris the Charger, 9.05. 1.71 second difference on the tree. Good-looking race. It's a breakout for Simon Innes. Got there too quick by just under 200s. Tom Watkins takes that. A 9.09. Actually, Tom got there first. And Simon got there second and broke out. Gives you an indication that that was a proper whole shot launch there for Tom. So Tom is through. Can Amy, his sister, do the same thing? Up against Colin Morris. 9.55 for Amy, 8.60 for Colin. The winner will take on Dave Rudd in round 2. Sorry, round 3 even. And it's the Morris boys that take the win. Oh, Amy Watkins. Perfect ET, 9.55 with a 0, but Colin Morris takes the whole shot win. Oh, what a time to pull a perfect ET and lose at the same time. Oh, but Amy, commiserations there. It is Colin that takes the win. We move straight into Super Pro ET. Lee Huxley, Tom Atkinson. 8.61 for Lee, believing first. 8.47 Tom, not far behind, just 14 hundredths of a second. Two very experienced racers indeed. But Lee has been on incredible form this weekend. Can that form continue here? Tom is a tough nut to crack, but then so is Lee. Both away well. Lee's got his nose in front. In actual fact, Lee takes that. Lee Huxley, 007 on the tree as well. Awesome job. 861 on the dial, 861 on the run. There was no way Tom was going to get around that. Tom got there second and broke out. Such was the run of Lee Huxley. Can I please have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro into the pairing lanes, but 861 with a 6, bang on his dial, 007 light. If we can carry through that for the rest of the day, then there ain't going to be no stopping Lee. Right, next up. Get breath back after that. Was a cracking run. Alan Didwell going to be taking on Mark Courcelle here. A little slingshot with the driver behind the engine. And then you've got Alan Didwell, the more conventional modern way of doing things, with the driver in front of the engine. It's all about preference and personal choice. Dial in 769, 838. Mark will be leaving first with a ball breaker. There he goes. There goes Alan to chase. Alan's already driven around Mark. And takes it. Well, good job. 772 on a 69. Mark Courcelle coasting at the stripe there. But it is Alan Didwell. Next up, Ian Brown taking on Callum Swinchat. Right, so one pairing for round 3 has been decided. Lee Huxley taking on Alan Didwell. Yeah, try and pick a winner out of that one. Lee Huxley's on phenomenal form this weekend, but Alan knows how to win championships. Then, so does Lee. As the time approaches 1 o'clock here, been a glorious day despite very, very breezy. The sun is doing its best to try and warm things up. Actually, later on this week, going to be very pleasant indeed. Shame we haven't got the heat to go with the sun today. So, Callum Dials, 891. Ian Brown, 759. A bye run in round 3 awaits the winner of this one, so it's 2 wins for the price of 1 here. Oh, what a race. 764, Ian Brown takes that to a 905. Ian Brown was 0-3 off the line. Let me finish that sentence. Ian Brown was 0-3 off the line, was late, because Callum went 0-1 off the line. But it was Ian Brown that took the win. The win margin, 0-6 at the stripe. Ian Brown into the next round, but Callum, a very, very good effort indeed. 0-1-3 and a 905, just not quite good enough. Leah Kellett taking on Josh Duncan. 847 plays 734. Josh was delighted to get his first round win. Now can he get it in the second round as well? Since the team have switched over from I think it was called a Squire, that 100E wagon. Since they switched cars into this Rover, the fortunes and the transformation in on-track performance has been, well, phenomenal. So 847 then. Josh will be leaving first. He's away. Oh, went too quickly, unfortunately. It's an 08 red. So Leah Kellett get the automatic win. And Leah goes 733, 179 miles an hour. It's a breakout by 100. Doesn't matter though. Josh, he broke out as well, went 846 on a 47. but the red light tells the story. So Leah is into round number 3. Last pair, Barry Giles taking on Mark Bailey. So totally different burnout routines actually. Barry Giles does the conventional burnout, goes around about 200 feet out and then brings it back nice and slowly to build up heat into the motor. Mark Bailey can cross the start line if he wants to, but he came from the world of Pro ET, where he literally just sat in the burnout box, warms the tyres up and then rolls forward to the line. And that end result is they meet at the same time. But Mark's burnout routine takes a lot less time, so he doesn't need to do his burnout and then just be waiting. So the dial-ins end, 743, 880. The Silver Barracuda will be going first. And that's a win for Mark Bailey, 882 on an 880 dial and a 02 light as well, a 746 and an 04 light for Barry Giles. The win margin 03 at the top end. So well done indeed to Mark Bailey. So Pete Walters on the time trial run. And then it will be Junior Dragster. So Pete Walters brings the reloaded Dragster to the line. Can I please have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro, can we have you into the lanes? .107, 60 foot, that's what the team are after, the data. As we line up Junior Dragster for round number 2. So Chloe Crondwell taking on Molly Openshaw. Let's have a look at the dial-ins. 838 for Chloe, Molly 9.14. So it will be your number 1 qualifier setting off first. Oh, Oh, Chloe goes red by 008. So Molly Openshaw gets the automatic win. Breaks out in the process, but the red light on the tree tells the story. Chloe, just a little bit too soon. So it's Molly. It goes into round number 3. Right, this is a good one then. Eva Davis and Luke Mugridge. Only 0.03 of a second difference between them on the dial-ins. Eva 808, Luke 805. Oh, and Eva goes red by 0.2. So it is Luke Mugridge that continues his march. Luke actually broke out. That went 7.99 on 8.05, but doesn't matter when your opponent goes red. All right, next up then, Ada Cassisi taking on young Samuel Hiscock. So the Bandit Bomb taking on Bob. All right, so look at the dial-ins then. 863 for Sam, 8.10 for Ada. Ada goes red. 0.2 red actually, so it's Sam Hiscock. 07 green, looking for an 863, gets a 61, breaks out. Again, doesn't matter. Your opponent goes red, you get the win. So it's Sam that will be taking on Luke Mugridge in round 3. All right, this is Jake Cooper on a predetermined buy. It's the way the ladder worked. So Jake, for interest, dials in 882 here. Right, takes the win. Now then, let's see what number we can run. 882. There's the target, goes 886. Kai Cooper and Neve Deavy up next. 805 and 821. This will be Neve that, well, I'll say not leaving first, but it'll be her side of the tree that will run first. Oh, it was a double breakout. Neve, 009 light. She did everything right off the start line. But Kai gets the win there. 804. Double breakout, I say, by the less amount. Kai goes through. All right, that's Frankie Kent. should have been alongside Amelia Innes, but no sign of Amelia. So Frankie gets the solo. 12.45 was the target. Goes 12.40. So Frankie is through. Okay, round 3 matchups. Molly and Kai. Jake and Frankie. Luke and Sam. VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please. VW Sportsman, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. As we get ready for ET Bike, round number 2. First pair going to be Nick Pladen and Patrick Marit. 2.05 seconds difference on the dial-ins here. Patrick just rolled forward into the Slick Tricks lane. He has a dial of 870. Nick Pladen on the Partly Harley, 1075 dial-in for him. So it'll obviously be Nick leaving first. Okay, bike's up to the line. Here we go. Oh, Nick Pladen rolls the beams, goes red. So it's going to be Patrick Marit that takes the win. Does so with an 884, 136. Nick rolls through with a 1408. Right, the man who wants to double up on his championship, then the guy that took the title in 2024, can he repeat it this year to be a 2-time champion in ET Bike? That's Scott Collier. Going to try and get around his real good friend here, Alan Davis. These two actually did street weekend together in Alan's vet. That was last June. But friendship paused just for a moment whilst they raced each other. There goes Alan, looking for 11.76. Scott looking for a 9.70. And indeed, Scott goes 9.77 to take the win. Oh, 11.77 on a 76 for Alan. But Scott did the better job off the line and got the whole shot win. So Scott Collier into round 3. Justin Moulton and Phil Pratt. Phil, I've lost count of how many championships he's taken in ET Buck. I think it's 5, but nevertheless, he's rather good at this. So 10.05 plays 9.10. And Phil gets there with a 9.51. That takes the win. Goes into the semi-finals where he will meet Patrick Marit. Last pair, Chris Venn and Robbie Dobby. So the big red machine taking on the Super Penguin. It's the Harley versus the Honda. Only a 1/10 of a second between these two on dial-ins. Robbie leaving first. Oh, in actual fact, Chris got the better light there. You can see that visibly. Yeah, and Chris takes that. A 10.19 on a 10.05. Robbie got there second and broke out by 500s. Tells you how good Chris Venn's run was there. So the story continues for Venn as he'll be taking on Scott Collier for a spot in the final, and then it will be Phil Pratt taking on Patrick Marit. All right, junior drag bike. This to set the semi-finals. So this should be Sophie Taylor, because she's the only one with a bye in this round. Ah, dial-in. Even though it's a bye, we still need the dial-in. There we go, 1580. Okay, Sophie gets there with a 16.27. So Sophie safely into the semi-finals. Jackson King taking on Alia Lester. Jackson with a 13.14 dial, Alia with a 9.40. So Alia's got to be really, really patient here. Will be Jackson in the Kestrel lane going first. Bumped into Jackson last night, playing football of all things. A very happy man indeed, being #1 qualifier. It's a breakout for Jackson King. He went too quick. How did he go 3.52? That's odd. Not quite sure what's happened there. Right, Brad Morrison, Leah Morrison. 985 plays 8 flat, and it is a win for Leah. 805, nicely done. 994 there for Brad, but it is Leah that takes that one. Right, it is Declan Butt lining up in the Slick Tricks lane. And Sophie Pollen lining up in the Kestrel lane. 910 plays 890, just 0.2 of a second difference. It'll be Declan leaving first. Sophie's gone straight to stage. So, well, Declan has as well. There they both go. And Declan takes that 9.22 to lose at 9.52. All right, next up, I think it's VW Pro, but I do have a top fuel bike down there. I think it's going to be a little time. Yes, it is. Excellent. Another time trial run here. Let's give him every opportunity to get some laps on this bike. Darcy Cordell. So Darcy looking for a 17-second run here. So Darcy then looking for a 17. Let's see. Yeah, 1781. Nicely done. Got a good set of tutors down there. Oh, drop the dialing board. Well done. Right, okay, just to give everybody a little bit of a heads up on what happened there in junior drag bike. Jackson King had an 8th mile time of 3-point-something seconds, which we know is not possible because I was watching Pro Mods at Bradenton, and they were just doing about 3.5 to the 8th. And Jackson just basically matched them. Unfortunately, we had a piece of litter blow across the finish line at the 8th mile 3 seconds into Jackson's run, and it tripped his beams. So that's going to be a rerun. Bizarrely, there's hardly any spectators at that area, but litter does have a habit of blowing around, and that's exactly what happened there. I know you guys are awesome out there, but if you spot anything blowing around, I know our track crew try and catch any litter on the track itself, but especially spectator banking area, if you see any litter, do us a favour, just put it into the bins if you can. Try and prevent it from blowing on the track, because that's basically what happened to Jackson's run. He will get a rerun, actually. That race between Jackson and Elliot will be a rerun, just to give them both a fair chance. Because obviously with the beams being tripped, it gave a false reading on the ETs and everything. So, yeah, a rerun has been declared on that one. Right, we have a Top Fuel bike lined up beneath us. It is, well, I'll say beneath us, just lining up, ready to go. Neil Midgley. Well, the Cannon Motorsports Puma. Starter is now attached, and they're just waiting for the thumbs up, basically, from the start line crew. And you'll hear the bike come to life. In actual fact, they've just been given that signal, so they can now attach the starter. And Neil attaches himself to the bike, and when I say attaches himself to the bike, that's the lanyard that should a rider part company from the bike, it pulls a pin out and it kills all the electrics and the motor on the machine. So if you wonder what that coiled piece of wire is, it's what is a safety mechanism on the bike. Good, strong burnout once again from Neil Midgley. The best so far this weekend of 747. We know we can go way quicker than that, but he's using this weekend purely as an extended test session now. So the Cannon Motorsports Puma, Neil Midgley, lines up for another run. Probably his last of the weekend. Let's see what he can do. Aimed straight down the track. Oh, lost traction. You can see, in actual fact, he went into tyre shake about 20 foot out, actually. You can see the tyre marks. Or, yeah, the tyre marks, not tyres. Probably felt that through the bike frame itself, but everybody's having a look at the tyre tracks there. So he went into shake, and then the hourglass effect came in where the tyre grew because it lost traction, and the revs went up at the same time. So you can hear and see that run unfold in front of your eyes there. But Neil Midgley, some good data this weekend. Learned a few things. Always, every run, you learn something new. Right, back to eliminations. VW Pro, round number 2. This is James Hodson and Jake Fronda. The dial-ins, 12.30 for Jake, 10.95 for James. The Golden Golf will be leaving first. There it goes. And it'll be James off in pursuit. Oh, this will be a close one at the stripe. Jake's still got his nose out in front, and it stays there. 12.35 on that 12.30. James couldn't catch up at the end there, so Jake Fronda taking the win. Right, Paul Brown has just messaged. Heads up for anybody leaving the pod. After Wilmington, when you join the A6 heading towards Rushden, it's currently closed due to road traffic accidents. So anybody heading that direction, just be aware. Thank you, Paul. This is Rob Jump taking on Michael Strachan. 12.30 plays 11.30, but Michael is out in front. I think Michael's going to stay there. And he goes 11.36, takes the win. Well done, Michael. Abby Tether and Thomas Webb up next. Abby, 12.80. Thomas will be leaving first, though, 12.99. Jake Fronda is going to be the winner of this race's opponent. Well, problems there for Thomas. You can hear the car labouring as it goes towards the strike. So Abby Tether just lifts off and coasts at 72 mile an hour to take the win with a 13.82. Right, 2 pairs to go. Well, a pair and a solo, I should say. Luke Stevenson hiding under the tower with the Don. There he is. So, dials in. Let's have a look at the dial in. Where is the dial in? 1170. Exactly what you put in for Q1. Sorry, E1. Oh, nice O2 light there for Luke. Now then, can he hit the 1170? Close, 1177 at 115. So the Don marches on. John Mills with the Little Horace Beetle and Tom Herbert with the Corrado. 12.99 plays 11.35. It will be the Black Beetle heading off first. Well, as long as Tom don't break out, he's got the win. Yep, 11.57. Well on Tom. Little Horace launch, but didn't go much further than that. Oh, Cody's here. Well on Cody. Interesting picture. Jack Pelly's been in touch, actually. Yeah, likewise, mate. Fingers crossed with the new car. Jack putting so much work into the Maliboost. And really, really looking forward to seeing that car appear at some point throughout this season. Right, this is Joshua Lee. This is a VW Sportsman. And Joshua gets the buy run here. The dial-in is 1410. Yeah, I could tell from the picture, Cody. So 1410 is the target. 1491 was the result, but it was the win that counted, and he is through to round number 3. All right, Carrie Olivia Reed with the White Label Motorsports Lupo taking on Dominic Crawford. 1475 place 1545. It will be Dominic leaving first. Oh, a breakout for the Lupo. So is the Audi TT 1560 taking the win. Dominic Crawford is through. Nigel Gregson and John Gallant up next. The winner of this takes on Joshua. So just waiting for Nigel going to pre-stage. Okay, they can both go in now. John goes in 1445. Nigel looking for 1350. Tree counts him down. The green lights on both sides. And it's a win for John. 1455 up 1445. Nigel Gregson breaking out there. So well done to John. Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please. Let's have Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please. As we look at Lily Stevenson and Steve Metcalf. John McLean has sent me a message of the weekend. I'll read it out in a moment, but that is a cracking one. I love that one, John. Well done, mate. So, Lily and Steve. Well, fair to say, Lily dodged a bullet there. Steve Metcalf was 0-4 off the line. Lily a bit late, but Lily takes the win. Problems for Steve. All right, John Circuit, Kaz Waterhouse. 1840 place 1530. So it will be the Lupo heading off first. The light goes green, as does Kaz's. And it is a win for the Lupo. 1887 to lose out 1548. So John into round number 3. Right, last pair. George Miller, Jerry Sadler. Another call, please, for Super Street Bike. Let's have you in the lanes. Right, George Miller, 14.25. Jerry Sadler, 15.45. So it'll be Jerry leaving first. There he goes. George sets off in pursuit. And that's a win for George. 14.25 with a 0. Perfect ET. That's the third one this weekend. So George Miller, 14.25 with a 0 on a 14.25. That ain't going to be beaten. Well on George. Jerry went 15.73. Right, this is the rerun of Jackson King and Alia Lester. And I preferred John McLean's take on this. Jackson King will now change class to top fuel bike after his record-breaking run and will race Neil Midgley in the final. I love that. Very good thinking outside the box there, John. But let's have a look then. The rerun of Jackson King and Alia Lester. Get the greens this time. Alia is closing, and takes the win. 940 on a 940 dial. Bang on. So that is game over then for Jackson. Say Jackson King there was nominated to go into top fuel bike of that run. John McLean, thank you for that message. That was a good one, a really good one. I look forward to seeing you in the well, hopefully at Festival of Power. Right, what have we got up next? Sportsman ET. Right, okay, so just let everybody know that junction on the A6 has now been reopened. Thank you to Andy Harrison. And also, Paul Brown said it should be reopened by 2 o'clock, and that's right, it's reopened now. So no problems, anybody heading that direction. Here we go then. Sportsman ET, round number 2. Sophie Evans and Harry Redshaw. Harry with the mini, 19 flat. Sophie, 13.70. Goodness me, Sophie's got to wait ages on the line here. Right, so Harry sets off then in the mini. And there goes Sophie. Oh, look at me, hear the tyres protesting there. Oh, this is a close one. And it's a double breakout by Harry Redshaw. He only breaks out by a 10th. Sophie broke out by 15 hundredths. So Harry Redshaw continues in the mini. Clive Dandridge and Gary Lake. Oh, this is a great matchup, these two great racers. Gary Lake will be heading off first, 13.88. Clive Dandridge with a truck. Going to try and get round him before the stripe, 12.57. Oh, and Clive goes red by 0.005. Oh, Gary Lake takes the win. Gary breaks out. Well, in fact, Clive broke out as well. but it was the 005 red that ended Clive's weekend. Right, Jordan Griffin with the Suzuki Swift, Lewis Gilbert with the Camaro. Oh, Lewis got there first but broke out. 15.56 on the 61, so Jordan Griffin takes the win there. So the Suzuki Swift marches on. All right, let's see who's up next. There we go. You can see, I think that's Dan, but he's just been pushed back actually, taking on Ricky. Yeah, the tractor's just come out having a little look in the Kestrel lane. I don't think it's going to be out there for very long. In actual fact, to be fair, the day is going very well indeed. Probably put the kibosh on that now, but 1:45 in the afternoon. And just going through the ladder, we're in Sportsman ET. Yeah, pretty much on schedule as far as we can tell. So, yeah, not too bad at all. Turned into a very pleasant day. There's a lot of cloud in the sky up there. And the good news is, going forward, the weather this week looking pretty decent, to be fair. Around about 14 degrees outside at the moment. And the weather set fair, well, basically for the next week. So, looking good. Just want the wind to drop. Oh, it's 14. It says it. The little weather app says it feels like 9 or 10, and that's purely due to the wind. Right, here we go. Your next pair. Ricky Hale and Dan Holloway. 18 flat for Ricky with the Golf. 12.26. That's 7.74 second wait. Goodness me. They can get a book out and read it in that time frame. Right, so there goes Ricky. And there goes Dan, but unfortunately he couldn't wait that little bit longer. It goes 006 red. So it is Ricky Hale that takes the win. Oh, I don't want to be kicking himself. There goes 12.53, 18.15 for Ricky. He's through to round number 3. Craig Flinders with the Ford Ranger, not a vehicle you normally see running in drag racing. But it's here, it's racing, and it's doing all right. Goes to show you can run anything. 16.55 is the dial-in against Mike Lindsay with the M Sport BMW. 14.90 the dial-in there. Can I please have Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Bike, can you come down into the pairing lanes, please? Right, both away. Well, Craig way out in front. And takes it, 16.82 on a 55. Michael just a little bit off what he wanted to run there, 16.20 on that 14.90. So it is Craig that will be racing Jordan in the next round. Rob Cresswell with the Smurf, taking on Georgina with the Audi. 1880 for the little Audi in the Kestrel lane, and it is a 1490 for Rob Cresswell's Smurf, the Fiesta ST in the Slick Tricks lane. One light is green, the other is green. So let's see how this one pans out at the other end of the racetrack. Oh, double breakout, but by the lesser amount. It is Rob Cresswell that takes the win. Georgina broke out by 3/10 on that one. But it is Rob that will take that one. Right, Richard Palmer, Kirsty Tram. 13.47 for Richard, leaving first. Kirsty Tram going to be doing the chasing. 12 flat. Right, green light drag race. Always like to see that. So Kirsty chasing that Jag down. Looks like it's pulled alongside. It's a double breakout. 3/10 breakout. Goodness me, for the Jag, but Kirsty by the lesser breakout. Right, last one to go through. Troy Attry with the Blue Temptation Camaro. 12.22 on the dial. $12.27 on the run. Okay, so that sets up Sportsman ET round 3. Troy Attry taking on Ricky Hale. Kirsty Tram taking on Harry Redshaw. That's the quickest and slowest in the class. That's going to be interesting. Gary Lake taking on Rob Cresswell. And it will be Jordan Griffin taking on Craig Flinders. Right. It's Comp Eliminator up next, so a little bit of track prep. Can I please have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Bike, can we have you into the lanes? And I'll tell you what, I'm just going to take a breather from commentary for a moment. So Nitro FM, if you can take over the airwaves, we will be back with more eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals.
Medway's premier airport transfer company since 1980. Our goal is your destination. Call 01634 717 370 for details.
Okay, Nick Williams should have been alongside Kev Perkins, but unfortunately no sign of Kev in the lane, so Nick's going to be on a solo here. Nick has an index of 844, has been into the sevens this weekend. .117 to 60 foot, and does the sensible thing, lifts and coasts towards the stripe. So well on Nick, he's through. Right, Reuben Dawson taking on Dan Williams. Well, fair to say that Reuben has got the performance advantage here, but let's see how the Honey Wasp gets on in full-blown competition against Dan Williams. But things are, Reuben's proved himself to be quite a handy driver out there. Dan Williams has been doing this quite a while. Actually, in fact, bizarrely, the last racetrack that they were at together was Gainesville. As Dan was racing in stock and won the Wally in class eliminations, and Reuben was running his car in America. So then 1095 plays 902 on the index. Oh, and Dan gets wheel spin. Very unusual for Dan, so Reuben just coasts on by. Basically Dan had to abort that run as wheel spin in the hit. So Reuben through. Right, the last pair. Gary Carr and Dave Barton. Gary, obviously defending Comp Eliminator champion, runs off an index of 1166. And Dave Barton in Reuben's other car, 980. Can I please have Super Comp to the lanes, please? Super Comp to the pairing lanes. So Gary should get a pretty decent wheel stand here. Has been running around about 0.5 under this weekend, but well, David Barton has been going almost a second under, so Gary's got a mountain to climb here, literally. Oh, beautiful wheel stand there. Here comes the horsepower of the Copo. .1108 for Gary Carr, but David Barton takes that with a 912 win margin, 0.12. Both of them had zero lights as well. But it is David through to race Nick. And Comp Eliminator semi-finals. It's all Copo Camaros. Right, a time trial run from Emma Goddard with the Integra. Saw this car in the pits, and it's the first time we've seen it on track. And I'm so delighted that it's getting a chance to put a run here. Breathing in a little bit heavy at the stripe. Go 1107 at 106. Right. Certifiable Nutter has tuned in from Portsmouth area. Of course, Tony Higgs. He basically says afternoons watching from home whilst getting stuff ready. Well, some of the other Street Eliminator cars have decide to do some running here this weekend, i.e. Victoria Smith. And yeah, she's done a really, really good job this weekend. So Tony getting himself ready for the Festival of Power. Of course, the defending champion in Street Eliminator. He's collected all the silverware from various awards evenings, i.e. the Street Eliminator do and the SPRC Awards night. Now it's time to get the car ready for racing for this year. Hope you and the family are well. I look forward to seeing Katie doing her stuff for Your Dragster, actually, one of our photographers. And of course, Jenny still waiting for a new kitchen as you keep spending the money on the car. Look after yourself, mate. We'll see you in a few weeks. Super Street Bike eliminations, round number 2 to set the finals. Martin Hallett and Alan Morrison, both bikes out of the Morrison stable. Heads up, first to the stripe wins. Oh, Martin got the jump there. You know what? He might just hang on. Oh, a 7:57 whole shot winner over 7:29. Win margin a tenth of a second. And Martin Hallett into the final. Right, let's have a look at the other side of that. Chris Reed taking on Travis Merritt. Now then, everybody's saying, where's Jake? Where's Jake? Well, in actual fact, he got DQ'd. He crossed for the centre line just off the finish line. That was deemed a disqualification, and Jake was obviously, well, he was advised and has not made it round here. We know that. He'd been DQ'd. So, Travis Merritt has been declared the winner of that run, but going to be taking on Chris. Just having a look at the stripe there because Alan Morrison did cross just past the stripe, so they're just having a good look at the top end of the racetrack just to make sure there's nothing untoward up there. Don't want to send anybody else up there just in case just yet. And that's right, the tractor. Just going to have a look as well. Maybe just a little tidy up there. Okay, on a pause just for a second. So let me give the airways over to Nitro FM. We will be back very, very shortly indeed. Can I please have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes? And Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. Well, big thanks to our track crew doing some sterling work at the top end there, out of sight of all of us. But job done as we get ready to set the final in Super Street Bike. We know Martin Hallett is already there. Who's it going to be joining him in there? Is it going to be Chris Reed or Travis Mareet? Where's Travis? He was there earlier, but he's not here now. So it's going to be Boyce on a solo here to go into the final of Super Street Bike. Straight and true to a 749 at 199 miles an hour. Nicely done, Chris. Right, we move on to comp bike. We're just waiting patiently for see what's going on at the top end. Yeah, I can see the top end team still working away actually. Let Boise go through on his solo, and but yeah, the machinery just still doing a little bit of work at the top end. I think that's just disappearing around the corner now. Right, Len Padgett, 30 Martina. This for a spot in the final of comp bike. Heads up, no breakouts, just whoever gets to the top end first takes the win. Well, Len gets the drop. He's looking over his shoulders. He's going to hang on for the win. Indeed, he does. Len Padgett, 784, beats a 947 from 30. Len into the final. And he came in as an alternate. How about that? What a story. Other side of the ladder, Jasmine Cordell taking on Paul Hambridge. So it's a silent assassin taking on the Hysteria Racing former Pro Stock bike. Well, Jazz has certainly got the performance advantage this weekend so far. Paul, we know, can go quick. He needs to put one out of the bag now. We know Jazz's bike is quick to 60 foot. It's whether Paul can overhaul that on the run itself. Here we go then. Paul Hambridge, Jasmine Cordell to set the final. Oh, Jasmine Cordell takes the win there. 10:25. So just going to put the blocks back. So this will be a time trial run. Just a timing system reboot. Good to do it before a time trial instead of eliminations. There we go. Dan Dieth then with the sidekick Hayabusa. Side chick, I should say. On a time trial run. Went in the 7s earlier on today. Straight down the middle, 771, 189. Right, on to 850 bike then. Round number 2. Daniel Madeira taking on Giant Banwari for a spot in the semis. Well, Daniel gets the jump off the line there. He's already out in front. Well, I don't think Jane's got any response to that at all. Daniel goes 8.66 to take the win. Oh, 3 light as well. Very nicely done. All right, Paul Morris, Pete Slater, your next pair. No quicker than 8.50. Oh, both of them lifting the front wheels on the run. Trying to get the bikes to settle down. Looks like Pete Slater's just got his nose in front. Indeed he has. Takes the win, 9.32 to a lose out 9.40. But that was all about the up and down at the start there. All right, next up then, Jay Rowe, Kevin Wright. Jay in the Kestrel lane, in the Slicktrix lane, it's Kevin Wright. Just waiting for the nod from the top end before we release the next pair. Okay. Both into pre-stage. Kevin goes in. Jay goes in. Off they go. Jay's got his nose out in front. Kevin trying to close the gap. Jay coasts and takes it with an 8.68 to lose out 8.64. So that'll go down as a whole shot win. Jay Rowe into the semis. And to get our fourth racer into the semis, Carl Thomas on a bye run here. He'll still take the run, still get an ET for data and everything so that he is prepared. I know what tune to put in the mic. Good looking run, 8.55. Nicely done. All right, a time trial run, Ralvin Petronelia, the booster from the Netherlands. That was a nice run, 8.48, 162. Right, we're on to a funny bike semi-finals. Unfortunately, no Lorcan Parnell, so Sean Branch is literally going to start the bike, break the beams, and take it back to the pits, and that will be him into the final. That's what he needed to do. Well done. Part of the process is that the bike has to break the beams under its own power. Now, I think you're going to see exactly the same thing happen here for the other semi-final. The rider still brings the bike up to the line, going to attach the starter. It looks odd, but it's due process. It has to be done. So, unfortunately, Lionel not able to make the call. So, Martin Zylstra will go through exactly the same process as Sean had just done. And that's it. Final is set. Now those two bikes will just go back to the pits and get ready for the final. Shouldn't take them too long, actually. Shame we couldn't run the final straight away, but the idea is that we run all the finals together. Right, Super Comp up next. This is to set semi-finals. Got Nathan Hulks taking on Warren Watts. That should be entertaining. You've got Richard Tunstall on a bye run. And then Leah Kellett taking on Victoria Smith. Pairings that we have never seen before. In actual fact, Nathan's never raced a Supercomp before, so obviously it's a new one for him. So Warren's never raced Nathan before. Leah has never raced a Vicky before. Richard's probably had a bye in his life before somewhere. So yeah, it's a whole new world out there in Supercomp this weekend. Outlaw Anglia, We do have 3 cars around there actually, but Wayne is going to be doing a solo run because he needs more seat time in the car. So Wayne Power on, if you like, a time trial run, if you like. As he continues getting used to this car. So Wayne Power then with a stressed out Mark II comes up to the line, class as a time trial run. I think he's probably more than happy with that, to be honest. Okay, so that's Wayne going through. So this, in effect, becomes the final of Outlaw Anglia. It's the Outlaw pickup of Lee Taylor, going alongside Ben Kennedy with the Relentless machine. So a 490 cubic inch. So 498 cubic inch motor in Lee Taylor's Outlaw, and it's the European way of saying it, if you like, a 4-litre Lexus engine turbocharged for Ben Kennedy in the Slick Tricks lane. So the final of Outlaw Anglia. Good looking race, this one. Oh, very good looking race. Neck and neck all the way to the stripe. It is Ben Kennedy that takes that. We think. Had a... Well, the timing system says different, actually. There is no way that 3.26 on the quarter mile is going to take the win. Wonder if we've got a side-on view from the top end, because obviously the clock's tripped. Probably something blew through the reflectors at the top end. So we're going to have to look into that one. Right, anyway, we continue with Supercomp, Warren Watts, Nathan Hulks. Good looking race, this one. We've still got issues actually at the timing system. Right. Right, yep, right thing to do actually, just pause at the moment. We've had 2 runs that we don't quite know what's happened there, because Nathan's quarter mile clock stopped before the 8th mile one did, and that gave him a breakout. So that's going to, well, I can only assume that's going to have to be a rerun on that one. But let's see. You love it when the wind starts to play havoc. As I say, I don't know if it's something being blown through reflectors at the top end, but say that is 2 runs in a row. So maybe that block has been moved or something. I don't know. But so Victoria just been pushed back. Her first ever race with Leah Kellett. There we go. How about that, Vix? Actually enjoying her time here this weekend. Come here for testing and actually made quite a good go of it, to be fair. So yeah, we're just on a pause at the moment as we. So that was 2 runs in a row where something was happening that shouldn't. With the timing system, so yeah, we're just sorting that one out, and once we're good to go. In actual fact, I think Ian has just given the signal, or is he just waving? Well, a bunch of people I haven't mentioned much today. Is everybody tuned in via the live stream? A very good afternoon from Santa Paula. It's a glorious day up here. If you just look at the live feed picture a moment, which is from the start line camera looking towards the gantry, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's a bit blowy, I'll give you that. The wind turbines are going quite well today. So yeah, you take a step outside and yes, it's very blowy indeed, but blue sky pretty much everywhere you look, and it is a glorious day here. Just a little bit Chillsville. Which probably means that when it gets to dusk and into the early evening, the temperature is going to drop very, very quickly. But as you know, we put the clocks forward yesterday, so it's going to be light a lot longer. And a lot of us might make it home in daylight today. We shall see. But we've got to see how the rest of the day pans out. But it's been a thoroughly enjoyable event, actually. This is normally an event, the first event of the year, when you think, oh, I'm really going to be up against the weather and this, that and the other. But to be fair, it's actually been pretty kind to us. And even the camping fields have been usable this weekend. We've had people stay on site. It's actually been pretty good. And thank you to everybody that has stayed and joined us this weekend. Don't forget, you all know to get onto the Santapod website to book tickets for future events. And of course, the big event coming up is the Easter weekend, the Festival of Power. And that's when we're going to see our first dose of nitro in cars. Yeah, I know we got nitro bikes here this weekend, but it will be Fuel Funny cars. First round for them this year. Going to be very interesting to see everybody here for that. And of course, all of our jet cars will be here as well. It really is a big feature of the Festival of Power having the jets here as well. So Martin obviously will be here with the Fire Force cars, Julian, Roger, and of course Perry, everybody here with jets. Anybody that's got a jet, I think will be here. So really do look forward to that. Of course, it's another round of our national championships as well. So if you haven't got your tickets yet, get them booked on the Santapod website. Lots of other events going on in between. You've got Run With Your Brungs, you've got lifestyle events as well. But the next big event, obviously the Festival of Power, Easter weekend, and that will lead us nicely into our full-blown event season. As I say, today is our our season opener. It's a big Sportsman event. 300 entries though, still phenomenal entry this weekend. But for a few more of our classes, they'll be starting at the Festival of Power. As always, all of the event details, everything that's going on site here is announced on the SantaPod website. Please make sure you give it a visit. And that's how all of you have got here this weekend, is by booking your tickets online, and the same thing applies to all of our future events. If you want to find out other things, race reporting, obviously the SantaPod social pages are a good place to visit, and also Dragster.com, live reporting from the tower here with updates on all the races. So please give them a visit. And also a big thanks to all of our traders that join us here this weekend. Thank you ever so much indeed for your continued support, and please support them as they support the facility here. Obviously Ian Blackett is here with Blackett Photography, the official photographers. They take pictures of everything that go up and down the track here, and photographs available from the Blackett studio right next to the pairing lanes. So obviously a lot of new cars and new bikes here this weekend, and I suggest you pop round to the studios there to get some up-to-date images. Also, just another reminder, whilst we've got a quiet moment, I know the day's progressing and a lot of people have already been up, but I've got 6 copies left of the Drag Scene book, £10 each, and every single penny of that £10 goes directly to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. And if you want to grab one of those last remaining copies, just see if you come up the bankside stairs to the tower, and make sure you got some money with you, and you can take away one of those 6 remaining books. You can't buy them online anymore, they've sold out, and they really are fabulous little productions. They call it the glove box edition because of the size of it, but Julian Hunt, Callum Pudge, Mackenzie Taylor, all of their favourite images have gone into that book. So yeah, it's a really nice little publication, and even more so when all the profits and proceeds from these, well, all the proceeds from these 20 books that I was given, and the profits from the actual publication itself have been given to the Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. So big thanks indeed to Paul Martin for doing that for us. I've also got the stickers as well, 2 for a £5. My mission is for every car and every bike to have a couple of stickers displayed, and I'm extending that now to toolboxes. So if you've got a toolbox space for a sticker, how about putting a Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund sticker on it, and show your support for the drag racing family. Oh, it shows you're still a racer, doesn't it? So just testing the old timing system out there. As I say, we do have Super Comp lined up and ready to go. Now, I'm not sure what's going to happen with Nathan and Warren yet, so that's the only thing that I haven't got an update on. But Leah and Vicky are down there waiting to go, and then Richard Tunstall should be in the lanes. Yes, he is there. He's ready to come round and put his solo pass in. I've also got Pro ET down there. I've got Super Pro ET, and they're all ready to put their next round runs in. So that's where we are at the moment. As engines fire, we continue then with Super Comp eliminations around at number 2. So Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream, Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey Buick. 8.90. Both of these cars can run deep into the sevens. We know that. It's slowing them both down to run 8.90. We know Leah can do that pretty much at will with the throttle stop. But Vix, how she's going to do it, I've got absolutely no idea. But she did a good job of it in qualifying. Can she do it here in a race against Leah Kellett? Both away well. That is a great looking race. Oh, Leah Kellett takes that with an 8.92 to a lose out 9.01. Vix was trying really, really hard there. That was a good looking race, but Leah Kellett, obviously experience in Supercomp showed there, but nevertheless, great race and a great effort from Vix. But it is Leah that takes the win. Right, Richard Tunstall on his solo. All he needs to do is break the beams, but got a feeling, well, let's see what he does. I don't know yet. So Richard Tunstall takes the green. And takes the win, and he's safely through. Goes, 8.91. Very, very tidy indeed. Very, very good run. So that's it, Richard into the final. Right, Pro ET. This is round 3 to go into round number 4. Is it one of these? Oh, is that right? Yeah. Okay, John Bean, Mason Griffiths, your first pair. John Bean dialing in 8.76, Mason Griffiths 9.06. This for a spot in the semi-finals. Both get the green. John Bean closing in. He's alongside Mason. John Bean puts his nose in front and takes the win. 8.81 at 150. Mason goes 9.10, but it's John Bean into the semi-finals. Next up, Bob Molden, Tom Watkins. 9.22 plays 9.09. Bob will be going first. Just banked it out of the teens. Let's go 9.22. Tom Watkins, he slowed his dialing down a little bit as well. Basically, it's getting a bit warmer out there. The air not as good as it was earlier. So both making the relevant adjustments. Oh, but Tom Watkins goes red. Goes too soon. Here's Bob Molden. .927. Oh, and Tom Watkins hits his dial in 9.09 on a 9.09. But the cherry on the tree tells the story. And unfortunately, Tom living up to his nickname. Nick Mugridge and Don Scott, your next pair. So 9.79 for Don Scott. At least he can see Nick Mugridge out in front of him, because these little comp dragsters, they tend to hide. They're so small. Difficult cars to race against, they really are, especially if they are chasing you. And that's Nick Mugridge all the way, 10.18 on a 10.12 and a 0.8 light there. Don was late off the line, he'll admit that. So Nick Mugridge is into the semis. Just one pair left to sort, and it's Colin Morris and Dave Rudd. 978, the dial-in for Dave for the Banshee Cobra. 860 for the Morris Boys Camaro. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. This is going to be close. It's going to be very close. And it is Colin Morris that takes that. Dave Rudd got there first but broke out by 500ths. Colin Morris into the semis. Right, we move to Super Pro ET. Alan Didwell taking on Lee Huxley. Well, fair to say Lee has rewritten the form book this weekend. He's taken all the money that's been available to him so far. He's taken the perfect ET money. He's taken the number one qualifier money from the Super Pro thing. He's taken off the trail award from Super Pro. The only thing he hasn't taken yet is the perfect light, and that's the only money still available for special awards. Obviously, if he wins the event, he will take the big trophy from the Super Pro scheme, and also the event trophy as well. So there's still more he can win, but he's got to get past Alan Didwell first. Alan looking for a 765, Lee 859. Two very tough racers. And the win goes to Alan Didwell. 766 on the 65. Lee Huxley went 62 on that 59. Win margin 028. Alan Didwell ends Lee Huxley's journey here this weekend. But I'll tell you what, Lee, that wasn't a bad weekend at the drags, was it? Next up then, Ian Brown. He is on a solo here, predetermined. It's just the way the ladder worked out. So he gets a bye run into the semis. He will race Alan Didwell for a spot in the final. And we have a pair of Leah Kellett taking on Mark Bailey. Now then, Leah's had to hot lap the car. And she's done it. She's back in the lanes. Wow. So the target is 762. Goes 767. Nicely done for Ian Brown. Right, Leah Kellett back round very quickly indeed after her Super Comp run. Now going to have to adjust. She's going to be taking on a very tough customer indeed in Mark Bailey. This for a spot in the semis. Where there is a bye into the final. So 732 dial in for Leah, 878 dial in for Mark. The Barracuda will be going first. Another great race. And it's Mark Bailey that takes that one, 881 on a 78. Leah Kellick goes 73 on a 72. But the 06 light not good enough when your opponent pulls an 02. So Mark Bailey into the semi-finals with a bye into the final. But Leah still in competition though. Just not in 2 classes. Right, Junior Dragster. This is to set the semi-finals. Got 3 pairs to come at you. First up, Kai Cooper taking on Molly Openshaw. Kai dials 8 flat, Molly dials 9.1. So Molly goes into stage. There goes Kai. Molly's tree will run first. She gets the green. They both get the green. Yeah, and Kai takes that one. 801 on an 8 flat dial-in. Wow, that was very, very well judged indeed. 912 on a 910 for Molly. Fair dues, that was well judged as well. But it was Kai with the reaction time advantage was basically controlling that one. All right, your next pair, Jake Cooper taking on Frankie Kent. Now, if Jake wins this, he races his brother for a spot in the final, but Frankie obviously wants to win this one as well. Frankie heads off looking for that 12.38. And there goes Jake looking for an 8.82. And it's Frankie that takes the win. 12.41, win margin 0.6. 8.88 for Jake, not good enough. So Frankie into the semis, going to be racing Kai Cooper. And it's going to be Luke Mugridge and Sam Hiscock. Whoever wins this pair will get a bye into the final. Green light both sides. So then 8.60 for Sam, 8.01 for Luke. And the win light goes to Luke Mugridge with an 8.02. Nicely done. Win margin 0.3. Actually, Sam got there second and broke out. So it goes to show the reaction time advantage that Luke had there. So that semi-final set in Junior Dragster. We move on to 850 bike. This is to set the final then of 850. Phil, no, sorry, not 850, it's ET bike, apologies. Phil Pratt, Patrick Marit. The Darlings then, 9.10 for Phil, 8.70 for Patrick. 0.4 of a second difference on the tree. Oh, Patrick goes red way too soon there. So it's going to be Phil into the final. Takes up with a 9.16 to an 8.68 breakout for Patrick. He went red and he broke out, did everything he could to lose that one. Okay, tough matchup here. Scott Collier, defending national champion, taking on your number one qualifier and the man who's really on form this weekend, Chris Venn. 10.05 dial in for Chris, 9.70 dial in for Scott. They're both good friends of mine, so you sort of root for both of them. And Scott Collier, look at that. 9.71 on a 9.70 dial. Chris Venn, 10.09 on a 10.5. They both went 0.4 off the line. That was a great race. The win margin, 0.20 at the stripe. They were both really going for it. Probably my race of the day, that one. But it is Scott that takes that one. But Chris Venn, what a weekend he's had. He can walk out here with his pride intact and his head held very high indeed. Right, junior drag bike. This to set. So this is Declan and Sophie. (16-12) plays 9-10. And it's Sophie Taylor that takes that one. 16-19 to lose at 9.35. Okay, the other side of the ladder. Alia Lester, Leah Morrison. (9.40) plays 8 flat. Both away. And the win light goes to Leah Morrison. Goes 8.04 on that 8 flat dart. 9.50 on a 9.40. Only a 10th off for Alia, but Leah even closer. So it'll be Leah taking on Sophie for the final of junior drag bike. All right, we look at VW Pro up next. This is to set semi-finals. So we've got 2 pairs and a solo. And this is going to be Abby Taylor taking on Jake Fronder. The 2 latter-day golfs. Only half a second between them on dial-ins. 12.80 for Abby, 12.30 for Jake. This for a spot in the semi where they get a bye into the final. Oh, 2 rounds in one here, in effect. Oh, and Abby goes red. So it is Jake Fronder. Obviously, Mum being here this weekend is his lucky charm. 13.04, but it's Jake. 12.35 takes the win. All right, this is Michael Strachan, the Audi S3. All you have to do is take the green, but he's going to go for that 11:30. Super Gas, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. Super Gas, if we can have you into the lanes, as it's Luke Stevenson taking on Tom Herbert. Good buddies off track. $11.35 for Tom, but it's Luke with the Don. 11.70. We're leaving first. Oh, both of them with problems, but Luke is just going to coast on up the track. Well, Tom is definitely not going to get there. Now, can Luke coast across the line and take an unexpected win? Yeah, he does so. 20.69 at 37 miles an hour for the win in VW Pro. It's weird the way things work out. So unfortunately, Tom being pushed back. So that sets semi-finals then. Luke against Michael, and Jake Fronda will get the bye. All right, VW Sportsman up next, again to set semi-finals. So John Gallant taking on Joshua Lee here. It's the Golf for Joshua, dialing in 14.15, but John 14.45 with the Audi TT. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. Well, it looks like Josh may have his nose out in front. Let's see what happens. Indeed he has. Takes the win. A 14.23. So Josh into the semis. All right, pick your Audi TT. Is it George Miller with Sonic, or is it with Lily? Let's have a look at the dial-ins. 14.25 plays 14.60. This for a spot at the semis with a bye into the final. Okay, double breakout, but Lily with the lesser amount. She goes 14.54, 600ths under. George went over a 10th under, so Lily Stevenson is going to be into the semis with a bye into the final at her first ever competitive event. All right, it's up to Luke to see if he can do the same. It's not his first competitive event, but see if he can make the final. All right, this is John Circuit taking on Dominic Crawford for the last remaining spot in the semis. Oh, cherry on the tree for John. You can see the car was rolling, went deep, and then the red came on. So it is Dominic Crawford that goes through. Let's have a look. 15.45 was the dial-in. It is a bit irrelevant, but let's see what his ET turns out to be. 16. Yeah, he wasn't trying. He knew he had the win. Nostalgia Superstock to the pairing lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you in to the pairing lanes, please, as we look down at Sportsman ET. This to set the semis, Craig Flinders and Jordan Griffin. So you got the big Ford Ranger taking on the little Suzuki Swift Sport. Green light on both sides of the tree, so it's a race to the stripe. Get there first without breaking out, and you're through to the next round. Make it sound easy, but in fact, it's not. Well, a breakout for Jordan. He got there first, but went too quick by a tenth. So, 16.56 on a 55 dial. Very well judged. Craig Flinders is into the semis. Right, Ricky Hale and Troy Attree. Troy was your number one qualifier. He stayed in 3 rounds so far. Can he get into the 4th round? The dial-ins, the all-important dial-ins. 18 flat for Ricky. There he goes. Troy is 12.22. History runs. He gets the green. A breakout for Ricky Hale. Got there too quick. Oh, by 0.3 of a second, actually. So it is a win for Troy Attree. Right, Rob Cresswell, Gary Lake, 2 very good competitors here. So the Smurf looking for 14.90. Gary, 13.88. Both get the green once again. This will be a close one at the stripe, and it is. Oh, it's a double breakout. Gary. So Gary Lake takes the win on that one. It was a double breakout, but by the lesser amount, it was Gary. Last pair, Kirsty Tram, Harry Redshaw, 18.85, plays 12 flat, 6.85 second difference on the tree. Harry doing a cracking job this weekend, but Kirsty is very, very tough. Okay, race on. Harry's already passed the 8th. Kirsty goes past the 8th. And it's all to play for at the stripe. It's a double breakout, but it is Kirsty Tram that takes that. In actual fact, Harry broke out by half a second that time. Well done, Harry. But it's Kirsty Tram that is into the semi-finals, where she will race Troy Attree. And it'll be Gary Lake taking on Craig Flinders. So that is Sportsman ET. As we look into the lanes to see Super Gas. I think it's Super Gas. Anyway, yeah, chalky white's down there. It must be Super Gas. So the pairings are the front pair, That is Stu Downey taking on Mark White. Then it'll be the two Daves. And then Wayne Hiscock has got the solo. Interestingly, though, Dave Charrett is holding back. He's not coming forward to go alongside Dave Charrett. Sorry, Dave Charrett is not coming alongside Dave Fulton down there. Pairing lane tactics. I know what that's all about. Right, 850 bike, 950 bike and comp bike. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? 850, 950 and comp bike. Can we have you down into the pairing lanes? Right, just a little bit of attention to the track. So it's turned into a glorious afternoon here. It really, really has been. Thank you for the spectators that have joined us this weekend. Been blessed with some nice spring sunshine. Oh dear, and pod face as well. Oh dear, you weren't expecting that, were you? Getting pod face so early in the season. Been a glorious day out there, and the wind has been so strong. You think, oh, it's pretty cool. Let's have your beetroot photographs tomorrow, please, folks, on your social media. Saying, yeah, went to pod and got pod face. Wouldn't have expected that in March, but hey ho, that's what it is. I'll tell you what, let's give the Oasis Electro FM just for a moment. They just do a little bit of track prep. We'll take it back when we continue eliminations here at the Springspeed Nationals. Okay, so the tractor just about to come back on station, engines fired up in the pairing lanes as we get ready for Super Gas semi-finals. First pair will come around the corner is Stu Doyney with the Roadster taking on Chalky White with the Vega. Look at that, synchronised it really is. Dave Cherritt still hanging back, I love that. So 9.90, the name of the game here. Two very experienced racers. Two of the toughest, to be fair. Well, you can see Stu was away first. Throttle stop kicks in. Confidence of Chalk, he pulls over the right hand side. And that is Stu Doyney with the win. Chalk just coasting up to the top end there. 15.96 at 39, obviously a problem there. He swings out, takes the first exit. As we look at the next pair then, the two Daves. Dave Cherritt with the Ford van and Dave Fulton with a Ford Roadster. Two totally different ways of going 990 racing. It really is. Dave Fulton will launch, throttle stop will kick in, slow him down. Dave Cherritt will just disappear. There you go, Dave pulling out, and now the other Dave catches up. It's all about doing the right thing at the stripe. 10 flat against 10.11. And that's Dave Fulton. He had an 03 light as well. Dave Fulton into the semis. This is Wayne Hiscock on a solo. .08 light for Wayne. .976. I need to just adjust his lift point for the next time. Okay, so that's Super Gas semi-final set. It's now on to Nostalgia Superstock. This to set semi-finals, and your first pair coming out in front of you is Spencer Tram taking on Jack Bishop. Spencer dials 11.25, Jack 9.92. Again, two tough racers. Spencer was your number one qualifier, had to buy in round one. Jack Cop had a buy as well, actually, because Steve Lloyd was a no-show, but they get to race here. Spencer right in front, Jack doing the chasing. Oh, double breakout, 11.22 on a 25 by 300s. Jack broke out by nearly a tenth, but it is Spencer Tram that takes the win. All right, Kiwi taking on Mick Sharp. I'm assuming Herb's still tuned in from Northampton, Jan. Let's see if Mick can make it into the semis, where he will take on Spencer Tram. But you've got to get past Kiwi first. 976 plays 970, just 600ths between these two off the line. Oh, problems for Mick. So Kiwi looking for a 976. Oh no! Kiwi breaks out by 400ths of a second, and Mick Sharp gets the win. Oh my goodness me, that's twice in a row that's happened to Mick. The opponent has gone too quick and broken out when he shouldn't have done. So Mick has made it into the semis. He's going to say, Herb, stay there, mate. I'm doing better. Joking aside, but oh my word. Right, Dave Billadou, Ian King. Dave dialing in, 985. Ian, 1040. Oh, Dave Billadou takes that by 0-1 at the stripe, a 10-10 against to lose out 10-57. But Dave Billadou into the semis where he gets a bye into the final. Herb did message, he has been watching. I think you're exactly right with that quote, mate. When it's your day, it's your day. I get that, Herb, I really do. Okay, Comp Eliminator, or is it Copo Eliminator? As that's all we've got left now. Never thought I'd see the day with 3 Copo Camaros at the track, let alone the only 3 remaining in the class. It's like factory showdown in America, it really is. Okay, Nick Williams taking on David Barton. Fair to say David does have the performance advantage against his index. 963 for David, 844 for Nick. But let's see what happens then. So this is Reuven's race car from last year. Which David Barton is driving this weekend. He's taking on the other Copo of Nick Williams. And tyre shake and a cherry on the tree for Nick. So David Barton taking the win there with a 937. So Reuven Dawson, all he needs to do is break the beams and he will be into the final. I think he'll take the run though. It's all about track time. And especially with a burnout like that, you know he's going to go for it. Well, fair to say it's been a pretty spectacular weekend for Reuven. Both of his cars into the final of Comp Eliminator. He did well in Pro ET, but did get knocked out. Gives him a chance to concentrate on this car. The Honey Wasp. And doing the sensible thing, lifting and coasting to the stripe. So the final in comp is going to be Reuven Dawson's car against Reuven Dawson's car. But obviously with Dave Barton driving the other. Oh, I bet Scott and everybody can't wait to get his car here so he can actually take part in this. It should be good for the... thank you, Dan Page just dropped that up, I think. So, Dan, thank you ever so much indeed. Appreciate that, mate. I did speak to the Hall of Fame, and yes, we will be putting that one in. So thank you ever so much indeed to Dan Page for that lovely T-shirt. Right, comp bike. Hambridge. Let's see, we get the ladders back in order. So this is a tile trial run. Basically the final's already been set in comp bike, so Paul's just come down for a time trial run. I can go through with a 10:02. Right, 850 bike, semi-finals. Craig, Kat and Harrison watching in, because I bet they couldn't keep away from the coverage. A very good afternoon to you. Happy Mother's Day, Kat. I hope Harrison treated you well. Bought you breakfast in bed, made you a nice cup of tea. And I hope Craig's done all the housework. If not, why not? Right, Pete Slater, Daniel Madeira, this for a spot in the final of 850 bike. Oh no, cherry on the tree for Daniel by 004, so it's going to be Pete Slater into the final. And Daniel Madeira also went 790. But well done, Pete, into the final. Oh, good old match up here between Carl Thomas and Jay Rowe. Two very, very good riders indeed. Very experienced. But only one of them can take the win. Double breakout. 8:45, J Rowe too quick. 8:47, Carl Thomas takes the win. J Rowe got there first, but went too quick. Carl Thomas also went too quick, but not by as much. So it is Carl Thomas that will go into the final. Right, 950 bikes, semi-finals. Josh McLean taking on Hayden Michelle. And then it'll be Dave Hall on a solo to take the other spot in the final. Well, Hayden looks up, 965 takes the win. Josh McLean at a 006 light, but got oh so close to the wall on the left-hand side. So it is Hayden that takes the win. Right, Dave Hall, the artist, just breaks the beam and takes it up the track to book his spot into the final. do believe most of our classes are at semi-final stage now. The next one to fire up is Wayne Power with the stretched out 2 Outler Anglia. Basically on time trial run today as he gets a handle on this immense Ford Pop. Really is a phenomenal car, and when news broke that Wayne had acquired it from John, it was a case of, oh yeah, we like that. Okay, so John bringing Wayne up to the line. Perfectly positioned. Much better launch that time, nice and straight. 106 to 60 foot. That car's 60 foot's like no other. A little bit of tyre shake, but not too much. But Wayne getting more and more comfortable in the car now as each run progresses. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching Wayne's progress with that car. Okay, we move on to Super Comp semi-finals. Nathan did message me. Nathan, it was a brilliant weekend for you, mate. Dare I say it, I could use a word that I don't use very often in commentary. Wayne, sorry, Nathan, I'm proud of you, mate. I think what you've achieved this weekend is really phenomenal. I know he was a bit anxious coming into the event, but the car has performed brilliantly. Jamie has been an epic crewman for you. And yeah, I just can't wait to see the progress. And I know you've had support along the way, but when you got like the likes of Arnie in your pit crew as well, yeah, it just makes it all good. So I wish you all the best for the future for that car, mate. It's going to be epic to watch. Here we go then, Super Cup semi-final. Warren Watts, Richard Tunstall, green light drag race. Oh, can't pick this one out. It is a win for Warren Watts, goes 9 flat. Richard got there first, but he broke out. 886, too quick. Richard, well, he got treed slightly, so he had to try something. But it is Warren Watts into the final. Thanks, Craig. Craig Wright just sent me a message. Understood. Very upset. Wished he was here. That's fact. No, that's actually that's the cleaning one, isn't it? Yeah. He's pretending to do housework, but he's not getting on with it. He's watching the telly. Anyway, we'll be back with Leah Kellett in Super Comp. I initially looked at the sun's really bright here. Give you an excuse here. The sun's really bright, and I looked at the iPad and initially thought that was like a towel on the floor with an iPad, but actually now looked at it again, it's the telly on the wall above the fireplace. So Leah Kellett for her spot in the final of Super Comp. All she needs to do, break the beams, but job done there. Now then, 890 is an 885 breakout. So that's the final set in Super Comp. And the pairing lanes, unless Judy Dragster down there, I think are empty. Yeah, there's hardly anybody there. So obviously with going rounds at the moment, we need to gather racers. So yeah, there's just a one junior down there at the moment. Time to take a pause in commentary at the moment as we gather more racers. So Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take over the airwaves, and we'll take it back when we get more racers. Thanks very much indeed. So Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream, Victoria Smith with the Boost Monkey Buick. 8.90. Both of these cars can run deep into the sevens. We know that. It's slowing them both down to run 8.90. We know Leah can do that pretty much at will with the throttle stop. But Vix, how she's going to do it, I've got absolutely no idea. But she did a good job of it in qualifying. Can she do it here in a race against Leah Kellett? Both away well. That is a great looking race. Oh, Leah Kellett takes that with an 8.92 to a lose out 9.01. Vix was trying really, really hard there. That was a good looking race, but Leah Kellett, obviously experience in Supercomp showed there, but nevertheless, great race and a great effort from Vix. But it is Leah that takes the win. Right, Richard Tunstall on his solo. All he needs to do is break the beams, but got a feeling, well, let's see what he does. I don't know yet. So Richard Tunstall takes the green and takes the win, and he safely through. Goes 8.91. Very, very tidy indeed. Very, very good run. So that's it, Richard into the final. Right, Pro ET. This is round 3 to go into round number 4. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, John Bean, Mason Griffiths, your first pair. John Bean dialing in 8.76, Mason Griffiths 9.06. This for a spot in the semi-finals. Both get the green. John Bean closing in, he's alongside Mason. John Bean puts his nose in front and takes the win, 8.81 at 150. Mason goes 9.10, but it's John Bean into the semi-finals. Next up, Bob Molden, Tom Watkins. 9.22 plays 9.09. Bob will be going first. just banked it out of the teens. Let's go 9:22. Tom Watkins, he slowed his dialing down a little bit as well. Basically, it's getting a bit warmer out there. The air not as good as it was earlier. So both making the relevant adjustments. Oh, but Tom Watkins goes red. Goes too soon. Here's Bob Molden. .927. Oh, and Tom Watkins hits his dial in 9:09 on a 9:09. But the cherry on the tree tells the story. And unfortunately, Tom living up to his nickname. Nick Mugridge and Don Scott, your next pair. So 9:79 for Don Scott. At least he can see Nick Mugridge out in front of him, because these little comp dragsters, they tend to hide. They're so small. Difficult cars to race against, they really are, especially if they are chasing you. And that's Nick Mugridge all the way, 10:18 on a 10:12 and an 08 light there. Don was late off the line, he'll admit that. So Nick Mugridge is into the semis. Just one pair left to sort, and it's Colin Morris. Okay, we have races in the lanes, and we have a start line crew, so let's bring them round and see who we're going to put into the finals of our remaining 8 classes. This is a Junior Dragster. It's going to be Kai Cooper taking on Frankie Kent. And then it will be a solo from Luke Mugridge. So Luke's already got a spot. All he has to do is break the beams. But these two have got to fight for it. Not literally, but on the racetrack. The Darlings. 12:38 for Frankie. 8 flat for Kai. Well, fair to say, both wide awake club. Double breakout. Frankie got there first, but broke out by nearly a 10th. Kai only broke out by 300, so it is Kai Cooper that takes the win. Good race, but determined on a lesser breakout. So Luke Mugridge looking for a 7.99 to book his spot into the final. Good way to start your title defence by putting it into the final. .039 off the line. And breakout by less than 100th of a second. 7.98. Well, Luke. Right, next class to come round. Just having a look in the lanes. It's either going to be Pro ET or Super Pro. I'll imagine it's going to be Pro ET because Alan's only just climbing in his car. Well, all of the Pro ET semi-finalists are down there. And I think, yeah, all the Super Pro are down there as well. So who are we going to call forward first? It is Pro ET. Bob Bolden taking on Nick Mugridge. So dial in for Nick Mugridge then, 10.12. Bob Molden, 9.22. 0.9 of a difference. Of a second on the tree. Nick with the Junior Comp Dragster be going first. Now then, we know Luke has made it to the final in Junior Dragster. Can brother Nick do the same thing in Pro ET? Or will Bob Molden go to another final in Pro ET? It's a double breakout. 300th breakout for Nick, only 100th breakout for Bob. It's Bob Molden into the final of Pro ET. Other side of the ladder then, John Bean taking on Colin Morris. It's the two 8-second cars. I keep saying that this is the quickest ever pairing in Pro ET, and they're just getting quicker. Colin Morris, 8.65. John Bean, 8.76. The previous round, it was a pair of 8.7s. Now we've got an 8.6 and an 8.7. So this must now be the quickest pairing in Pro ET. This for a spot in the final against Bob Molden. And it's going to be Colin Morris. Unfortunately, a cherry on the tree from John Bean. Oh, an 8.72 that time for John. Oh, my word. That car is going so quick. Colin Morris breaks out as well, 8.57. But the red light tells the story. It is Colin Morris into the final. But well done, John Bean, on a new PB there, 8.72. Wow. Right, move on to Super Pro ET. We have a race and a solo. The race is going to be between Ian Brown and Alan Didwell. They are lined up line astern in the lanes, and then Mark Bailey will come round and do his solo to get into the final. All right, signal's been given to fire, and you can hear Alan Dibbo's engine just started for Super Pro. So Alan Didwell then with the Dragster dialing in 764. Ian Brown with the Camaro 765. Just 100th of a second difference on the dial-ins. So a brilliant day and a glorious afternoon here at the pod. Sportsman racing at its best, it really is. It's green on both sides of the tree. it's a breakout for Ian Brody, went 7.58. It's a breakout for Alan Didwell, went at 7.61, but it's only a 300s breakout for Alan, and it's Alan into the final. Mark Bailey on the other side of the ladder. All he has to do is break the beams, and he's into the final. He does 880, but I don't think he's going to do a full ball run here. Wants to get it back to the pits and get it sorted for the final. Well, I'm a liar. He did go full bore. 883, 153. He needed the data then for the final. And just 300s off. So well done there to Mark Bailey. Yeah, wide awake club. He was trying. 002 on the tree. No messing. Right, just 5 classes left to set finals. That is VW Pro, VW Sportsman, Sportsman ET, Super Gas and Nostalgia Superstock. And once those 5 semis are run, then it is finals all the way to conclude the Springspeed Nationals. Got more cars appearing in the lanes, and then we can get the call out for all finalists to make their way down. Not just yet though. We got some more races to run before then. Here we go then with VW Pro. Luke Stevenson taking on Michael Strachan. And then it will be a solo run for Jake. Let's have a look at the darlings then. I imagine it's going to be 11-7 for Luke. It's all about what Michael dials in. Oh, it's 11.72 this time for Luke and 11.30 for Michael. So it'll be the white Golf leaving first. And obviously Michael with the Audi will be doing the chasing. Well, we've still got Lily to come in VW Sportsman. Luke Stevenson books his spot in the final with 11.88. Michael, problem off the line there. Basically, the car didn't move. But Luke is into the final in VW Pro. Jake Fronda would be his opponent. Jake dials 12.30. Let's see what he does. Takes the win there with a 12.31, just 1/100th of a second off his dialing. Very nicely done indeed, Jake. Right, Super Gas for Tony Morris carburetors, of course. Wayne Hiscock taking on Dave Fulton, and then it'll be Stu Doiney on a bye. Both into stage. The green is on both sides of the racetrack. It's Dave Fulton who takes that 9.97, a win margin 0.12. Wayne goes through there with a 10.05, but Dave Fulton 0.3 light compared to Wayne's 0.7. And Dave Fulton into the final. So it's going to be the two roadsters going for the event win here as Stu Dorney breaks the beams and puts a run in to go into the final. And breaks out on that run, but hey, that doesn't matter. Right, 3 pairs to go, and they're all in the lanes. Sorry, 3 classes to go, they're all in the lanes. So next class round is VW Sportsman. Lily Stevenson brings the Audi TT up to the line for a bye run into the final. So it is both Luke and Lily Stevenson into the finals, one in VW Pro and here in VW Sportsman. Couldn't ask for anything more on Mother's Day, could you? So that's it. Lily's through. Now then, 1460 was the dial-in. $14.53 breakout, but it doesn't matter. It's into the final. The other side of the ladder then, Dominic Crawford and Joshua Lee. The Golf GTI dials 14.15, but leaving first, Dominic Crawford, 15.45. Right, we'll sort this one out at the top end as they both managed to go green on the tree. And the win light goes to Dominic Crawford. 15.45 was the target, it went 15.54. Oh, it's a cold shot win actually. Josh Lee hits his dial in, but got treed. Win margin 0.5, and it is Dom into the final. Okay, so Dave Bilodeau on a solo here for Nostalgia Superstock, going to book his spot into the final. Dial-in of 985. Big old wheels up launch, doesn't lift at all. Brings it back down to earth very nicely indeed. And goes 980 and 137. Well, let's see if that 4-leaf clover is still working for Mick Sharp, shall we? We're taking on Spencer Tram, but sometimes you have to make your own luck in this world. And let's see. Spencer dials 11.20. Mick Sharp dials 9.70. 1.5 seconds difference on the tree. Spencer Tram takes that one. 11.34 to lose at 9.73, but Mick a little bit late off the line. But it is Spencer, your number 1 qualifier, into the final against Dave Bilodeau, number 2 qualifier. That's for all the marbles in Nostalgia Superstock. Right, the last class to set finals is Sportsman ET. Kirsty Tram and Troy Attree. 12 flat for Kirsty, 12.25 for Troy. Kirsty just rolling into pre-stage. This for a spot in the final. Kirsty goes red. Oh no, 0-2 red. Troy Attree is into the final. Kirsty goes 11.96, 12.25 with the 3 as well from Troy. Hits his dial-in. His opponent goes red. Troy into the final. Other side of the ladder then. Will it be the Ford Ranger pickup truck, 1655, or will it be Gary Lake, multiple champion in this class, the Arabian Night Trans Am, one of the toughest to get round. But the Ford Ranger, we all know they are quite tough trucks anyway. But let's see. Craig will be going first. Gary doing the chasing. Oh, curses. Craig Flinders goes red. So it is Gary Lake into the final of Sportsman ET. All right, that is it. We are at finals for all classes. So there will be a gap, because obviously I've got nothing in the lanes at the moment. So if you want to take a breather for a few minutes, we've got to gather our finalists. And the idea being we'll try and run them as close to each other as possible. So there will be a bit of a gap in proceedings for the time being. So time to chill, get yourselves rested for a moment, and then but keep your eye on the lanes. When you start seeing stuff appear, you know we're getting ready for finals. In the meantime, Nitro FM 96.2, they're going to take the airwaves over with some tunes, and we will be back with you with finals here at the Springspeed Nationals.
good times, baby, with you by my side. When my work is done, we go back to having fun. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. Honey, baby, I'm begging you, please don't get me wrong.
Right, as the music fades into the background, can I please call all finalists into the pairing lanes, please? All finalists, make your way into the pairing lanes, please. Thanks, Nitro FM. It's back to you. Here we go then. It is finals time here at the Springspeed Nationals. And the first class to come around the corner is VW Pro, featuring Luke Stevenson and Jake Fronda. So which Golf is going to win this one? Jake Fronda appears in the Kestrel lane. Luke Stevenson, he's in the Slick-Tricks lane. The dial-ins. It would be a 12-something for Jake. It would be an 11-something for Luke. We're just waiting for the numbers to come through. Trouble is, the sun is so bright we can't read anything on the cars. So relying on radio communications. So 12:30 for Jake, 11:76 for Luke. Who would have thought we'd have a result in the golf war here at the Springspeed Nationals? But which golf will it be? They're both away. Side by side, literally up the racetrack. Luke's just got his nose in front as he takes the stripe. He does. Luke Stevenson takes the win. He breaks out by less than 100th. Jake Fronda breaks out by 400ths. Your event winner, points leader in VW Pro, Luke Stevenson. Right, let's see if we can get another trophy to the Stevenson household. VW Sportsman, Dominic Crawford, Lily Stevenson. The all-important darlings for the Audi TTs. 1460 for Lily, 1545 for Dominic. Well, there's two trophies definitely going back to the Stevenson household. One of them is a winner's trophy. Will it be 2 for 2? Or will it be Dominic Crawford with his first event win? This is Lily's first ever event. I think it's Dominic's first event as well, actually. They both made the final. The new breed are showing the established racers the way to go here. Both into pre-stage, both into stage. Dominic Crawford gets the green, as does Lily. So this one is going to be sorted out at the top end. Lily already out in front. And pulling away. And Lily Stevenson makes it 2 for 2 for the Stevenson household. She takes the event win, 1480 on a 1453. Dominic Crawford is your runner-up, but well done to Lily. Well, we're out of Stevenson's, so let's let another family do some winning now. Sportsman ET, Gary Lake, Troy Attree. The Arabian Knight, Gary Lake, multiple champion, event winner, but he is taking on Troy Attree, who was the #1 qualifier. He knows what to do out there. But where did Gary qualify? Number 2. Rather fitting that the top 2 in qualifying have made it through to the final. The darlings, the all-important darlings. 1383 for Gary Lake. 1224 for Troy Attree. Oh, got one of the Audis stuck in the shutdown area there. That's the reason for the pause at the moment. So much so they actually put the hazard warning lights on. So that should be a simple case of getting that one turned around the corner. Yeah, it's the only reason we're on hold, folks, is one of the Audi TTs stuck on the track up there. Well, there's one thing we didn't expect, actually, was for one of the VW Sportsman Audi TTs to conk out in the shutdown area. Obviously, I've got no idea what the issue is, but car is still stuck on the track. It's literally between the second and last exit, so it's right down at the far end. So once again, our apologies for the delay. It does look like it's actually moving now though. Indeed it is, as our next pair come up to the line then. Troy Attree and Gary Lake. The Darlings end, 12.24, 13.83. Gary will be leaving first. He gets the green, as does Troy. Okay, so it's a race on then. A pick and choose one at the stripe. And the win goes to Gary Lake. Troy Attree broke out. Got there second as well. Gary Lake did everything right there. 13.83 with a 4 and a 13.83 Darling, an 0.2 light. That was a super tough package to try and get round. And Troy couldn't do it. So your winner for the first event of the year and the points lead, Gary Lake. Well done, Gary. Right, next up it's Funny Bike. The first of our bike classes. So Sean Branch and Martin Zylstra. Well, both of these two in their semi-finals literally just brought the bikes up to the line, started the engines, broke the beams, pushed them back. So actually this will be their first runs of the day, and it was in the final of Funny Bike. So Martin Zylstra from Amsterdam, Sean Branch, obviously from the UK. The final in Funny Bike. So Sean Branch, bike moves about 15 foot forward and that's it. Oh, very close to the wall for Martin Zylstra. Managed to keep it away and takes the win with a 9.13 at just 94 miles an hour. Full of drama, Funny Bike this weekend. So just allowing a bit of space for Sean to move backwards. Let's get ready for our next final. Look round into the lanes to see the Morris boys moving forward. That is Colin Morris going to be taking on Bob Molden. This is the final of Pro ET. So Bob's going to be dialing in somewhere in the low 9.2s. Colin will be somewhere in the low 8.6s. Just wait for the numbers to appear on the board. Yep, 9.21 for Bob Molden, 8.57 actually for Colin Morris. This then for all the marbles and top step of the podium in Pro ET. Ridiculously close at the stripe, this one, and the win light goes the way of Bob Molden, 9.24 on a 9.21. Colin Morris got there first but broke out by less than 100th of a second. Your event winner then in Pro ET, it's Bob Molden. And not only that, the points lead as well in Pro ET. Well done. Right, we move on to Nostalgia Superstock. Spencer Tram, Dave Bilodeau. Again, number 1 and number 2 qualifiers made it all the way through to the final. Spencer looking for 11.20. Dave Bilodeau, 9.85. Dave will probably put a huge wheelie on here as well. Every run the car is really lifted up high. Spencer's does also wheelie, not quite as high though. But let's see what happens here. Your final in Nostalgia Superstock. Spencer away. Dave away, but a red light start. It's Spencer Tram who takes the win in Nostalgia Superstock. It doesn't matter what he runs now. He goes 11.24 for the event win against a 9.86, but Spencer Tram takes the win in Nostalgia Superstock. It was an 0.15 red for Dave Billadou. Spencer was on it 0.6 green. Right, comp bike. And what a story we've had here. Number 1 qualifier, Jasmine Cordell. Has ridden away all the way to the final. But Len Paget did not qualify. He came in as an alternate for Graham Dance. And he's made it all the way through to the final. So the 2 former Pro Stock bikes then meet here in the final of comp bike. Both of these are 7-second machines. I think it's going to take us 7 to win this one. But let's see who is going to do it. It's a green light race. Oh, it's neck and neck all the way through, and the win light goes to Len Paget. 7.64 to a lose out 7.93. Lenny from the alternate to the winner's circle. Congratulations, Len. The number 9 qualifier takes the event win in comp bike. Well, you couldn't script that one, could you? Move on to the final of Super Comp. And it's Leah Kellett taking on Warren Watts. So 890 is the target. Leah will charge after a throttle stop, will retard the engine or slow it down if you like. So Warren will try and scamper off into the distance, and then Leah will close in like mad at the stripe. There will be a big MPH difference of probably 20 or mile an hour at the stripe. But it's all about the event win. Warren Watts, Leah Kellett, this for the event win in Super Comp. Warren way ahead, but the throttle stop releases Leah. And it is Warren Watts that takes that one. 8.95 to a lose out, 8.93. The win margin, 0.06 at the stripe. Very, very tight finish, 0.06 at the stripe. Warren Watts takes the win in Super Comp. I bet Pete Dodd's tuned in and had a little wry smile on his face there. Good afternoon to you, Pete. And Charlie, and of course everybody else up there. It's Warren Watts that takes the win. Right, we still move on. This is Outlaw Flat 4, Johnny Marriage and Mark Eltringham. It's the Carmen Gear against the Beetle. Johnny, we know, is going to need to run a good 10 here. Mark's got the performance. Has he got the reliability? Oh, it looks like transmission issues for Mark Eltringham. Reliability has bitten him. And it's Johnny Marriage that takes that with a 10.95. They were pretty much neck and neck at the 8th. But the MPH was down for Mark. He was wounded. And it's Johnny Marriage that takes it in Outlaw Flat 4. Right, ET bike. Well, what can we say about these two? They qualified number 2 for Phil Pratt, number 3 for Scott Collier. They were 1 and 2 in the championship last year. This for the points lead and, of course, the event win in ET bike. Good friends off the track, but fierce rivals on it. 970 plays 910. Scott leaving first. Scott away. Phil away. Scott will be looking over his shoulder now. I can see Phil closing in. And it is, it's a breakout for Scott Collier. He goes 962. Phil Pratt takes that one, 933. Congratulations, Phil. Commiserations, Scott. That's ET Bike. Battle of the Roadsters then in Supergas. I know Dave Gibbons will be tuned in, and Tony Morris actually has a weekend at home, so he'll be tuned in as well for Tony Morris Carburettors. And thanks ever so much for the support and, of course, the goodies. And they all really appreciate that. All right, let's see then, which Roadster is it going to be? Stu Doyney or Dave Fulton? 990. The index, of course, for Supergas. Both away. Throttle stops on both of them. They're now both released. It's a sprint to the stripe. Oh, a breakout for Dave Fulton. 989 with a 4. 991 with a 0 for Stu Doyney. Dave Fulton had 400s off the line advantage. He took the stripe by 0.5, but broke out by 100th. So it's Stu Doyney that takes the win in Supergas. Right, Comp Eliminator. Or the GTM Eliminator, or Reuven Dawson's Cars Eliminator, whichever way you want to look at it. So the two Copo Camaros, Reuven Dawson, he's in the Honey Wasp. He is in the Slick Tricks lane, and it is David Barton. Can you switch the lanes over? So David Barton then, index 963, Reuven Dawson 902. So it will be David leaving first. There's no breakouts here. Whoever gets to the top end first, assuming they don't go red, will take the win. David's in, Reuven's in. David's green, Reuven's green. So the battle of the Copos then. David Barton still out in front. Here comes Reuven Dawson with a charge at the stripe. Reuven's got his nose in front. Reuven Dawson takes it. 897 to a 988. A bit of index protection there. So Reuven Dawson takes that one. The Honey Wasp, a winner first time round. Well done to all of the GTM team, and for obviously for Scott for coming over to see us, and we look forward to seeing Scott race with us well, as soon as his car arrives, he'll be here to race it. But well done to all of them. On to junior drag bike then. Your final for junior drag bike. It's Leah against Declan. Leah dialing in 8 flat. Declan 9.1. Both in pre-stage. Leah goes in, Declan goes in. Declan is away, there goes Leah. Oh, it's a breakout for Declan. He got there first. They had identical reaction times of 0.26, but 8.02 on an 8 flat for Leah Morrison. So it's Leah that takes the win. Right, it is Junior Dragster, and we've got to say a huge thank you once again to the Green family, sponsoring the Perfect Light and the championship winner and runner-up. Now, no Perfect Light in Junior Dragster this weekend. So, what the Green family do is they offer £500 for the championship winner, and £50 would have been for the Perfect Light. If that money's not claimed, then the £50 goes to the championship runner-up. So no prize money at stake here, but obviously the points leader puts themselves in the prime position going forward. So huge thanks to the Green family for their additional support once again, supporting Junior Dragster. They are the future of the sport. And as I say, the Green family, thank you so much. Luke Mugridge, Kai Cooper. $7.99 for Luke, $7.94 for Kai. Sort it out at the stripe, boys, and it's Kai Cooper that takes the win there. $7.95 on a $7.94. Luke Mugridge, 200ths off, $7.99 dial, 8.01 at the stripe. The win margin, 0-1-2. Your winner, Kai Cooper. Next up, Super Pro ET. Just 4 finals to go. This is our last car final. Alan Didwell taking on Mark Bailey. Well, not only is it for the event win, but also from the Super Pro ET sponsorship scheme. The event win gets an additional trophy and 250 quid. Yeah, £250 additional bonus for the winner of the event. So something more to go for here. Well, it's either going to be Mark Bailey taking that money or Alan Didwell. Lee Huxley has taken all he can out of the pot. Yeah, Kellett knocked out Scott Howes to claim the bounty. And this is the last bit of money left, but it's the big amount. It's 250 quid to the winner. So the dial-in said Mark Bailey, 8.80, 761 for Alan Didwell. This the final of Super Pro ET, the Peatney Memorial Trophy. Both get the green. Mark Bailey out in front, Alan Didwell closing in, and he gets it. Alan Didwell goes 762 with a 9 on a 761 dial. Mark Bailey 887 on an 880 dial. The win margin 007 at the stripe. I think Mark lifted at the stripe, but just gave him too much room, and Alan Didwell drove round him by 007. Great final. Right, Dave Hall and Hayden Michelle, number 1 and number 2 qualifier. Youth and exuberance against age and treachery. Dave Hall has been riding this bike longer than Hayden Michelle has actually been alive. That goes to show you just how long Dave Hall has been competing. But Hayden is a star of the future, most promising newcomer at the SBRC Awards. And they are away. Hayden's got his nose in front. Lifts and coasts. Oh, and breaks out. It's a double breakout, but by the lesser of amount. Hayden Michelle takes the win. He goes 9.48 to a lose-out 9.39. Blimey, Dave, that was quick, but too quick. Hayden Michelle takes the win in 9.50 bike. 2 classes to go, 850 bike and Super Street bike. Right, Carl Thomas taking on Pete Slater. Carl Thomas was your number 1 qualifier. Made it all the way through to the final, but Pete Slater qualified number 12. But I mean anything anymore. It's all about the event win here. Pete Slater carries the front wheel, but Carl Thomas is sprinting away. And he takes it, 8.58, 139 mile an hour for Carl Thomas, 9.08, a 1.47 for Pete. But your winner in 8.50 bike, Carl Thomas. Right, the last race of the day. And it's Chris Reed taking on Martin Hallett. Just a pause, just for 1 sec. I think typical the screen picked that moment to die. We've got our last final then. This is Super Street bike. Chris Reed qualified in the number 4 spot. Martin qualified in the number 3 spot. Made it all the way through to the final. This our last race of the day for Taylor's Trophy. Kathy is down there, as she always is when the bikes come out. Just her added support. Right, computer system nearly back. Just added tension, if you like. There we go. Right. Timer system ready. Fire them up, boys. Let's get it done. The last race of the day. It's Super Street bike. Both into stage, the tree drops, the lights go green. Oh, a huge amount of wheel spin off the line for Chris Reed. He's trying to catch at the stripe. It's not over yet. Oh, and Chris Reed pulls it back. Wow, 0.26, the win margin. Chris Reed was dead in the water there. So much wheel spin off the line. But Martin Hallett, 8.09 at 1.43. Chris Reed on his full competitive return takes it all the way to the top step of the podium. What a way to finish the event. That's it. We're done. Wow. What a great weekend that turned into. It's 5:20 on a Friday afternoon. Thank you all so very much indeed. I know there's not many of you here, but thank you for those that are. Why not hang around? We're going to do trophies. We'd like everybody down on the start line for, say, 5:45, please, so we can get all of our trophies done. So as a call out to all finalists, if you could be down on the start line ready for trophies at 5:45, please, that would be fantastic. And then we can give our awards out and everybody can head off home in broad daylight. How about that? What a way to bring in British summertime with a great event here at the Springspeed Nationals. Say once again our huge thanks to our awesome track crew, our timing crew, everybody in the tower, all of our marshals, our pit marshals, Nitro FM of course, and every single one of you competitors and teammates and spectators. Just a big thank you to all of you. But please hang around. Trophies, 5:45 down on the start line. We're going to sign off from the tower for the time being. Nitro FM are going to take over, and we will see you when we award some winners and runners-up trophies. And our next event for National Championship is, of course, the Festival of Power. We'll see you there. Those that are hanging around for trophies, we'll see you down the start line at 5:45. Thanks so much indeed. Nitro FM, it's over to you.